Hey y'all, good morning everybody. Can y'all hear me this morning? I got my other computer here. Let's see. I've been doing all kinds of nonsense this morning. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to, Trace is already there. She's been working this morning, getting down there, getting ready to get on the right page with everybody. Yikes! Trace on the case says Lori says her rights were violated yesterday because the gun guy was not an expert, yet he called him one. Aw. Let me go back up here and get all of Trace's comments and let's look at them. First, Trace was waiting to go in. Charlotte Bass says, Trace on the case, glad you're in the court every day sharing their knowledge. Can you go over and slap the you know what out of Lori? I think most of us would gladly pay to get you out of jail. Kay is chatting with Trina K. Oh, that's a mouthful. Kay is chatting with Trina K. Trey said maybe, but she still need the bail money. Don't get no ideas. I know it's hard enough anyway. Trace says the courtroom is being used by Judge Kemp. Let me go back over here and do like that. So we get us a good look at the front of the Mariposa courthouse. Charlotte Bassett says, Trace on the case, no problem. You covered probably 1,000 people in here. We'll be glad to pay the bill. I know I would have a good day and keep smiling. I know you're doing a wonderful job. I know we're all talking in jest, but it is hard to smile around all the stuff that goes on. I said I'm gonna try to do a better job today. Y'all, I have been on the phone with Xfinity for about an hour and something trying to get my new phone hooked up to my old phone number. You'd think that they never heard of anybody wanting that done before. Trace says she wants her advisory council to have a headphone. Judge says there's no extras. She has two, so must decide for her team who gets them. Oh, she don't have no headphones. She says her rights was violated yesterday. I'm trying to get myself a procedure, but I'm not good at it. Trace says it was put on the record and now the jury is coming in. Good morning, everybody. This channel is called Difficult Research, and we are here to justice for Charles Vallow. This is his trial and Lori is being tried for the conspiracy to murder Charles, along with her brother and unnamed people. We could name them. And so that's why we're here today. Natalie Huber says, Lori, he went to class and passed the test. That's how it works. Fancy Nancy says she enjoyed that family tree that I put together. Well, actually, I didn't put it together. I grabbed it, and if you type in family tree, you get a whole lot of different stuff. But I liked that one because it included all her ex-husbands that we don't know. They could be dead too. They're not saying a word. Trace on the case is referring twice already to Charles as my husband. So Lori's talking and she's calling Charles my husband. Trace says, oh, early snarks after Trina K objects. Natalie Huber says, so Lori wants the whole testimony stroked. Snark is a shark, says Fancy Nancy. Let's go over here and see if, oh, y'all don't need to see that. Or that. Or that. Okay, it's terrible. I have to go over here and see what I was going to see. My mind is so short. Oh, crap. Let's see. Oh, I was going to, why am I, oh, because I'm clicking on X and that is my Xfinity bill and I'm needing Twitter. That's why it was confusing me. I wonder how come he can't figure out how to change his online name. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to hush them people at the, why can I hear them? I heard Gersha. I heard somebody coming in the rear. I'm trying to turn off the sound to this one thing. I've got so many things on, I can't figure out where my sound's coming up. There it is. I'm turning that down. The street, the street talking was kind of getting me weird. Okay, let's see what Nate has to say is going on up there today. Nate says we're back in the courtroom for day 3 of Lori Vallow's trial. Less media and public today. They're going to resume questioning Charles, the Chandler police officer, Daniel Coons, about the crime scene. So let's see. I have to hunt for the right window to type something in. Let's see what Trace has to say. Oh, Trace says that Lori's showing an attitude today. Let's see. Let's see what. And Nate says that Lori asked if he's aware what he wrote in his report following the shooting. He says he does remember everything in it. She asked if he would like to see and refresh his memory, and he says that's been helpful. I guess that was nice. Let's see if Justin is plugged back into his stuff. Justin says that Lori keeps talking about a shored wound that's written about in the report. Let's see what Trace is saying. Okay, let's see what Nate's got up there. Nate says Lori asked if he's aware of what he wrote in his report. Okay, I already said that. Come on, you're behind the times there, Nate, old boy. I'm sure it's okay. So they must be having their headphones on. They must be having their headphones on. Kay objects to the relevance. I'm sure she will a whole lot on that. It's about money with Lori. How does shirt have anything to? So I guess we're asking about the shirt again. She's just trying to think of some question to ask. So Justin Lump says Lori Vallow Daybell asked if Coons is aware of the heavy duty bamboo fabric that Charles was wearing when he was shot. He was not aware. She asked if it could contribute to the shored wound. She says it in his report. He said tight clothing could contribute to it. He does not believe it was tight. What the heck is she talking about? She's talking about the fabric. She is really trying to change the subject. She's talking about what fabric Charles' shirt was made out of and how taut or tight it was. I guess that would make a difference in whether or not you were able to murder him appropriately. She is talking about everything and how guilty she is.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, I was
Hey,
doing some stuff in the background. What's going on?
we're listening to Lori ask questions about the material Charles' shirt was made out of that day.
Oh, I'm sure she bought it. She is hideous, y'all. I just finished okay, I have body cam footage, right? I mean, you can get it, right? Oh my god, I'm starting to say right like Lori. That's not cool. That's not cool. Such snark. Mm-mm-mm. Well, so I was is that me or you?
I
Music?
well, I don't think I have any music, but I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. Ah, I see. It's me. So see, he was going because there is this 12 news. I'm trying to find video without or the court hearing without all the stuff all over the screen. And I found where 12 news does it. This is their third day, of streaming the trial. And so it says stream will begin soon, so it was that. But I'm gonna see if it has no stuff on it versus Law and Crime with all their stuff on it. I mean, it kinda helps, but then it kinda don't, if you know what I mean. Like, whenever I go to break these down later, or, that's the whole that's another goal. Let me mute it so I don't have to pause it. Alright, so, like, whenever you're done for the day, I can go and break up the testimonies and make their own videos, you know. It helps instead of having to go and to East Idaho News or anywhere else, you know. Can you hear me? Or do you understand me? Are you there? Where'd you go?
I knocked myself out.
Oh, well, girl. Oh, yeah. You're having a good Wednesday, huh?
Oh, look, I have been on the phone for over an hour with Xfinity because I had a very nice friend to ship me a iPhone 13, and I'm trying to get hooked up to my old phone number. You would think they have never heard of that before.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I usually don't come on because I'm too busy, like, just everywhere, right? So, why did it not deliver? Oh, let me turn my Wi-Fi off in here. It's too far. Anyways, so uh-oh, there she is. Hooker's here. Got the hooker.
Okay, let me get the sound back up on that.
I'm gonna mute us, okay?
Okay.
Well, never mind. We'll just wait. Let me go look and see if that other one's okay. Right here.
Yes, yeah, bring it up.
Well, I just want to. It's not showing anything yet, so I don't know what to do. Hold on. Well, they better get with it. Oh, I don't have it playing for one thing. Let me refresh it. I'm probably doing something wrong. No. Started streaming 3 minutes ago. This 12 news. I don't know. Once it pops up, then I'll be able to tell and make sure it's in high definition and all that crap, all the bells and whistles. I'm not going to turn the closed caption on. You know, people can do that, I guess, on the rewatch if it does allow it. I think. Well, it's like hurry up and wait. Is the sound on?
Yeah.
Hmm. They better turn it on all the way. They're going to be leaving us in the dark. Hey everybody, I'm glad you're here. By the way, sorry. I'm so spacey headed. What are you doing? Wait,
Oh,
I muted you. Wait, what?
I have a new phone. I feel like I have a.
Oh,
If it had wheels, I'd try to drive it.
all right. There you go. Hey, that's awesome. I'm glad. I'm so glad to hear that because it sucks. Like, whenever they took mine away, or to, because I went to restart it one day and it just never would start back up. And I was like, we literally got this phone like 2 months before that. iPhone 16. I didn't need a new one, but just upgrade for the space because I need a lot of space. And yeah, they went ahead and just confiscated it. And they were like, okay, we'll just send you a new one in 7 to 10 days. And I was like, okay. You're just telling me, you're not asking me, right? So, oh, thank you, just me. I mean, I don't know. I just feel out of the loop. I slept all damn day yesterday, y'all. I couldn't. I don't know. Tired, exhausted. Why does this stop? Hold on. I'm checking this other channel too. Still, they're not up, so that's interesting. And they need to turn the damn volume up. We know they're talking. Yeah, they're gonna stink. They already do because she's in them. Okay.
Well, that was too loud for us.
That well, one of you detective's daughter. I have nothing nice to say about Lori right now at all. So I'm tired of her murdering my family over and over and over again. But I straight up the other evening after the opening statements, Larry called me and, he's here. He has my bonus niece, she's my step niece, but um anyway, so and Ashlyn's, still there. But Ashlyn goes to college and she's working and anyways, so he called me and he was just like, "Hey, we just got to talking about the trial and he'd only got to watch like the last 20 minutes of the first day." And he was like, he was just saying like, "I'm a little worried about your mom." And I was just like, "Yeah, Lori sucks the air, the oxygen, the life if you let her, like you have to come in this crap, especially with her representing herself, like with a battery pack, an extra one, because she wipes you out and without it's like not even knowing that she wipes you out, but or you don't realize that she's wiping you out, but it kind of shocked me because Larry asked me or he kind of inquired about my research into Mormonism and I was like, "Whoa, oh my god." It was like my day. I was just like I felt so needed or wanted or you know, it wasn't a waste. And I mean, cuz I feel like that sometimes. I'm just like, "Oh my god, what the hell?" It's like it would be different if people would inquire about it or you know, anyways, other than that, I'm just like, I don't know why I chose this path, but I was able to fill him in a little bit on that. I was like, if you just read the Bishop Glenn L. Pace memo, the Pace memo, I'm like, you will understand so much just all right there. All right there. You don't even have to go further than that. We're right here. We're right here. They acted like they were going to start and then they were like, psych. And so they're just playing this volume's not up yet or nothing or anything. Um, hold on, I'm checking some stuff too. I have an interview today too. I wanted to let y'all know with Justin Lum. He called this morning.
Yay.
Lavisa, good. She said, Crush, I was talking about Mormons today at my coffee shop. A lot of people in my hood are hip to them and their BS. It was a great conversation. You'd have been happy. I'm happy hearing that. Yeah, just the conversation. And it's not just here. It's not just random. I mean, there's a lot of people. Ask Robbie. Robbie, he grew up, his mom was over a congregation that's not at all Mormonism, but in Utah, he got sought out and bullied for that, like targeted, by your missionaries, basically. So it's just like, okay, what's really going on here? It's not Christian. Okay. I don't know. I need to know what their definition of Christian is sometimes. A lot. A lot of times. Um okay, let me grab this real quick. Hold on.
So if my phone, if my mama's phone rings, I may have to like, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
even remember.
can you put it on silent though? Like if you put it on
Yeah.
silent, it'll still vibrate. Trust me, I'm like, oh wow, wide
And
view.
and and I don't know my Apple ID. I mean, I know my ID, but I don't know my password. So that's a big
Oh
problem.
right, that I had to just go through all that crap again. It was crazy. I'm like, don't you save it, phone? Don't you save all this stuff?
Yeah, the phone did, but it's, in a ditch someplace.
Kathy, I think we agree with you. I really do. I think so. I mean, if she's sitting there just outright blatantly spiking my uncle's smoothies or whatever, I don't care what she's doing. But anything of the like, and to know that in the beginning of the case, when the kids were missing, and how we learned about when Aunt Cheryl, well, I called her Aunt Cheryl. Her name is Oh my God, I need to get all this stuff worked out. My mouth is tangled. But Cheryl, my uncle's ex-wife, had mentioned this before in court proceedings between her and Charles, and then Lori and Joe, and it all became basically they would have their hearings at the same time. That's how volatile it was. Well, she had mentioned that, or my little cousin had mentioned that Lori was giving them little green lunestas or something. He didn't know what to call it. Then he saw a commercial, according to Cheryl, that he was like, that's what she gives me, like, or that's what they give me. He said something like that. And I'm just like, that's wild, wild. That's just trying to put them out of her way or to babysit or it's just wrong. You don't do that. You don't give people, especially your children, or you don't do that. Can you imagine? And I'm surprised because his Uncle Charles is. I'm gonna have to go look at his toxicology report again because I don't remember now. Now that I just said that, but just to kind of see. Anyways, in that body cam footage I was talking about earlier that I never finished on was body cam outside of the Hyatt Hotel during the day with Uncle Charles. Into a different angle body cam than the one I've been seeing. Well, I played it through my Veed. It's called Veed app where it puts the captions on there for you. Some people like the captions, right? Some people don't. So I figured I could have both. Well, when I was running it through that Veed, I've realized there were so many things that I missed completely. Like she did say that she wanted to hurt the kids. She didn't want them anymore. It wouldn't be, they wouldn't be here, live much longer anyways. Da 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 da. And I was like, holy shit. So I cleaned up the audio and I just have to upload it. That's what I need to do. I just need to upload a damn thing instead of talking.
Well,
Let me make sure I have it.
We got a whole list of things we need to take care of.
Man,
I'm saying.
it's crazy.
And
yep, all I got to do is upload it. So let me go open that. And
what are you doing Monday? It's like that's a day of the week. It's that day after Sunday.
Yeah, I've never been a Monday person.
Well, the reason why I'm asking morning is because my daughter and granddaughter are going to Ohio to Dayton for the whatever it is they're doing.
I got you, boo. Yeah, thank you.
So it'll be like we're leaving Friday and we'll get back Monday. But I can probably if my phone will work, I can do part of it on the phone.
No, you're fine. You for real. Thank you, and go have fun. You can check in anytime you want.
I've never been to
if you feel like you want to. I know it's different.
That might as well be Idaho.
Yeah, I said that this morning. Sorry, I'm titling it, so I got to think. So I can't talk.
Okay. So everybody, yesterday I was thinking, I'm not talking to you, Krisha, that I might do a little like music behind us because when I'm searching for something, you're going, is she asleep? Well, you could still think I was asleep even if you heard music. But anyway, I may do that at some point, but it'll be some of the music in here. I'm not going to try to get us a copyright.
Oh, yeah, I know. I get you. Okay, I got that.
I was like, what?
Oh, I hate titling stuff and adding descriptions and stuff. That's you want to know why I'm always late? Like scheduling. That's why. I don't have it. I don't know.
I just have to have a damn routine, like a kindergarten list or something.
I love routines. I just don't know how to do them for myself.
Yeah. I'm great at a job when you give me my schedule and all that.
I stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right. The record's been made. I also put a little bit of additional information regarding Detective Kuhn's testimony into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted today to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, well, your objection is noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, wait. Do you have whatever exists?
I believe.
They're all in order.
Okay.
And then
All right, let's bring the jury in. Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
Yeah, if I or me and Donna have anything to say, we'll just put it at the bottom in the banner if we can, or in the comment.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh,
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be shored?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of shored mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing?
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned?
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a shored wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mentioned let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a shored wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front.
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
Minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object again that we've asked and answered this 3 times now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of...
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
As an expert...
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day cause a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustain.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's When you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
Again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look
Just
at these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well in there. So in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close, so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual
Yeah,
exhibit?
she can approach and
Okay.
Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at Exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going to
said?
object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question. Just
What?
could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I've just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
And object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha Carolina and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No,
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
there would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Thank you. All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected?
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how this, how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun?
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective, but in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And you know, I'm gonna put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location? Let me say the general location of the shooter.
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes,
Do casings bounce and roll?
they do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No,
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
it's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgardner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, then from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgardner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions. Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph of it, there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward.
Yes.
And then given the distance away from Charles, this would be in your mind consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound, and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
If I may go get her. Joe Hancock.
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed
Do you live here in Arizona?
in Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5,
Do you have grandchildren?
15,
Busy person.
yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance is something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay, so you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow.
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor?
why?
Objection. Leading.
I heard the question.
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer. So she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019. So since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time.
You have.
He had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there, and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ. So excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there. So it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning. He was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the K.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No.
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
No.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night, and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
Not
naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man.
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry,
to
Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. There's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar. This witness shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear. All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right, if you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right, let's bring the jury in.
what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Okay, so there is Lori Vallow Daybell wanting to do a sidebar. So it's been very interesting so far today. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching the Lunch Show Q&A here on Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions. So drop them into the chat, and we will gladly take all of them.
So y'all, listen, let me get myself back down here. So y'all, it looks like they have somewhat broke for lunch, or maybe they're coming back. So, I want to get this going, but I want to make sure that it was. I want to be able to see if it comes back. Well, y'all, man, she was just being all kind of mean to sweet little Nancy Joe. And after being mean as she was, like, you mean you dated a married man? Oh my God. You know, Chad Daybell was married. I don't know if she remembers that. That is terrible. I am guessing that they're at lunch. I'm not sure. I'm really confused now about with this I know that they've gone to lunch. But I didn't know if the film had gone to lunch. The film. The video. It's about to make me thinking of all the different things. I'm gonna see if I can find Crasha K so we can watch her video of her being interviewed by Justin Long. Fox 10, I think it's.
They help explain the other statements Lori's let in. So Trina's going to be doing an analysis. Do I need this? Just because I can ask those questions, should I? Even though the defendant's made a mistake. So we're going to see the prosecutor's sort of mindset when she stands back up and says, what else did Charles tell you?
Benjamin, what do you think of the defense so far? And we got to hear a little bit about, or we did see the cross-exam on Daniel Coons, the Chandler police detective who's now retired. And Lori Vallow Daybell is getting into his testimony and saying, you don't know exactly who shot Charles, do you? Even though it was just her and Alec in that room. What do you think of her defense today?
I mean, Lori's just trying to establish that the Chandler officer doesn't know what he was talking about, doesn't know where the bullet came from, wasn't there. So she has to prove self-defense. And the way that she can do that is by saying that you weren't there, Chandler officer, and you have no idea how the shooting occurred. And maybe it really was self-defense. So, I mean, she's trying her best what she's doing, but I don't know if the jurors are buying it. The Chandler officer came across pretty pretty intelligent. It seemed like he knew what he was doing, and the prosecutor came back and was able to set the standards and show this is where the bullet came from, this is how it happened, and this is how the shooting actually happened.
All right, let's go to the judge. Mel, you talked about cross-exam. You're looking forward to this and seeing more of the personal aspects in this case. We got it today.
Yes, every day Lori convinces me more and more the adage that if you represent yourself, you've got a fool for a client. She is doing, in my view, so much damage. One, she's coming across as very bright. She's very intelligent. Two, she is very savvy. But what she's doing, I mean, the judge is basically warning her, you're opening these doors, which I think is wise, because on an appeal, if she's convicted, he gave her ample warning, and she's not going to listen to anybody other than herself and go in her own direction. I think right now we're starting to open up the heart of the case against her. We're going to see through this first time date the night before how troubled and concerned Charles Vallow was. It keeps striking me every time she refers to the death of her husband. Time and again, she refers to her husband, but the picture is going to be in this case, she didn't consider him her husband. He was a dark spirit. And overall, I just think it's each day that she continues to participate, she does some very good job in questioning, but I think she is building up a picture for the jury that ultimately is going to be devastating for her.
She's showing them that she really may not know what she's doing. She did ask some questions to Detective Coons, and she asked if he knew that Charles and Alex were basically best friends and that they golfed together. And we're still wondering what that relevance is. Alex Cox still the one who did shoot and kill Charles and not call 911 for 45 minutes. That's on the police report. But let's get back to Nancy Jo Hancock. Let's listen to this soundbite where Lori asked Nancy about Charles's divorce proceedings. SOP 5.
So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
What an exchange there. Kresha, your mother, Kay Woodcock, will take the stand at some point. What is that going to be like for her to go through something like that if a cross-exam will indeed happen? Unmute your mic. Mike is unmuted. Okay, I would love to hear what Crush has to say. We're gonna figure that out. Rachel, let's talk about the objections there. Argumentative, harassment. What did you take from that? And Lori asks, don't I have the right to cross-examine her on what she's testified to? And the judge repeats her question as an answer. He can't help her.
Right. No, Lori was harassing the witness. Lori's questions weren't relevant. The prosecutor's objections were appropriate and timely. And I think to the Judge Mel's point that this is showing her inexperience as an attorney, not knowing how to deal with objections, not knowing how to get information like that out without drawing objections. So her attitude, her demeanor, her entire persona in the courtroom is really doing her a disservice. And I also really thought it was good for the prosecutor to not pull her punches and to protect her witness, because witnesses don't want to come forward because they don't want to be harassed. They don't want to be painted in bad light. And a prosecutor, when you let your witness get treated poorly, you just send a message to other people not to come forward. So Trina K is to be applauded for politely, respectfully protecting her witnesses' rights.
Okay, Crush, I think we have you on. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts.
I'll try. Can you hear me? I just want to make
Yes,
sure.
you're good.
Okay. I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. Well, I mean, I forgot what the question was. I just have so many things
Your
to
mother
say
is going to
about that.
take the stand and get
Yes.
to experience this, and she's been waiting for this for years, and we just got a sample of it from someone who didn't know Charles as well as your mother.
Right. My mom, the day she found out that Lori was pro se and that she would be, questioning her, I took it like I was offended by it. Like I thought like, oh my God, she has so much audacity. But my mom, I have a voicemail from my mom and she is elated. And I'm just, it threw me off big time because I was like, oh, you know, but she's been looking forward to this too. I mean, there's a lot that Lori has done and is convicted for, thanks in part by Rachel Smith. Thank you again. But I mean, it's been a long time coming. And I think that a lot of this goes back to the resentment that she holds for my mom. My mom had nothing to do with Charles changing the life insurance beneficiary at all. And I mean, Lori can never admit her wrongs or her guilt. She's a narcissist through and through. So this is crazy to watch, and I'm glad that Nancy Joe is holding her ground. Oh my God. It's just really good to finally put a face, to the name that's been in the report. So,
And Charles only changed the beneficiary after he had reported that his account had been hacked in some way, and he
yeah.
called the life insurance company Banner Life Insurance, and so he wasn't even going to change the beneficiary until that happened. We have a question from the comments here, asking if her team, her counsel, can sort of talk her down as she gets all fired up. And I want to ask Benjamin, just what can the counsel do here to just guide her in the right direction?
So Lori has advisory counsel, but ultimately under the law, she's her own attorney. So she can do and say whatever she wants as far as her being an attorney. The advisory counsel is there just to give her advice and help her, and they can try to calm her down, but she's her own person. So we all here have had clients where they kind of going off the rails and you try to calm them down, but once they start talking, sometimes you can't quit. The train just keeps going, and the train here right now for Lori Vallow is keep going. And one of the main things you learn in law school is never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So, and she's about to ask the question that she has no idea what she's going to say, and she's going to get hurt. And the judge is trying to warn her. And Rachel mentioned this earlier, that don't ask that question. I mean, the judge is trying to say, hey, step back, Lori. But now, once we come back from the break, you're going to hear this witness go into everything that Charles said, and it's not going to be good for Lori. So all the advisory council can do is try to do their best to calm her down. But Lori is her own person. She's her own attorney, and she's going to do what she's going to do in this case.
Mel, what do you think is going through the mindset of Judge Boreski right now during this break?
Well, I think the judge has been remarkably patient. I think he's bending over backwards to try to warn her in the direction she's going. You couldn't have had a better warning than asking her if she's really serious about opening the door. If I was the paralegal during the luncheon break, I would urge her to back off this. You're opening a door and you're going to create nothing but future problems for yourself. But again, I don't think she's going to listen. I think what this presentation this week has shown me is that one, Lori is very bright, but two, she is aggressive. She talks back to the judge a couple of times. In her opening statement, she was called out, and Lori's going to do it her own way. And I rather suspect that she's getting all the theater, she's getting all of this publicity, all of these cameras in the courtroom. She's already looking at severe sentences out of Idaho. And she is again reinforcing the belief that she's a fool for representing herself. She's asking a lot of random questions. She goes over the same questions over and over. And if I'm sitting on that jury, I'm going to get a little bit tired of her demeanor, her talking back at the judge, her rambling on. She makes comments often after every questions. She is the poster child for why you shouldn't represent yourself.
Wow. Rachel, I got to ask you, where is she trying to go with this narrative of the relationship between Tylee and Charles and some sort of animosity? How would you counter what she's saying there in redirect?
And redirect, it depends on what I was confident this witness would say or remembered. You've got to remember that Tylee was a teenager. Of course, she had arguments. She's trying to set it up that there was extreme animosity between Charles and Tylee, such that Alex felt the need to defend Tylee and Lori. So Lori is trying to set that up. She's created the specter in the past that situations were caused by Tylee and that Tylee caused issues and that Charles didn't respond appropriately. So that's what she's trying to do. On redirect, if this witness knew, I would make sure they knew that Charles helped and co-signed for Tylee's Jeep. Charles helped Tylee financially. Charles supported Tylee in her various health problems. Tylee was a daughter to Charles. And so I would go over those things if this witness knew that. I wouldn't go too deep, but I would counter that with Tylee did not cause this situation. Charles would never have attacked Tylee. And I would make it really clear that this is just a tactic that Lori's using to deflect blame or minimize what Alex and she did.
Yeah, let's listen to that full exchange, SOT 6.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
Kresha, I have to ask you about the family dynamic and what it was like back then. I mean, 5-6 years ago, obviously Tylee was 16 years old. She was young and this was a blended family, but Just what do you remember? And this person you're seeing in the courtroom, her attitude, her demeanor, Lori, is this the same person? Just describe her.
Lori has not been the same person, for sure for me, since she walked into that Idaho courtroom for the first time when she was extradited from Kauai to Idaho for not producing her children within 5 days. When she was sitting poolside. But I mean, she was nothing like this. Nothing. It's like, I sit here and wonder, like, she really presented herself, the self that she wanted to show. Because I never saw any of these things in her before. I was reluctant, though, however, when they went to adopt my nephew. I don't know what it was. It was perhaps a gut feeling, but I didn't agree with it, you know. But then I thought it was just me being selfish or whatever. But she's nothing like she was before. That person is the zombie. Her and her husband that sits on death row where she should be. They're both the zombies. They project all of their insecurities, all the things that they hate about themselves, in my opinion, onto their victims. She's doing it now. This is what she does.
Krisha, from what you know through your mother and yourself, Nancy spoke about it. Charles didn't speak negatively about his then wife, even though they were going through issues. She says he was kind, charming, and he didn't. She was surprised that he didn't say anything terrible about her, demeaning.
Right.
What would you say about Charles and his attitude about Lori during these times?
He was very, just like she explained, he was not an unkind person. I mean, he was funny. He was corny. Like, he told the corniest jokes. I miss that. I appreciate those kind of jokes, and he just had a way of telling them. And I mean, he was chivalrous, he was generous, and Lori and her family, in my opinion, took advantage of that, of my uncle. And they must, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really crappy because I know what happened because of the trials before. We know from all the things that have come out, in the FOIA docs and everything like that, that they plotted, I mean, they plotted, and that was the first obstacle, in my opinion, was my Uncle Charles. She wanted his money or the lifestyle, because Chad, I mean, come on now, he was not a good writer at all. Um, so she's right where she deserves to be. And sooner than later, her goose will be cooked on her own. And I'm here for it. And I cannot wait for her to fade into the background because she really gets off to this. I really think.
You mean the attention and obviously the
Yes.
media attention. Mel, what do you expect to see with cross-exam in the afternoon session? Do you think she stays on this Nancy Jo Hancock for the rest of the afternoon?
Well, it's difficult to project what she is going to do. I think she's her own worst enemy. The part that keeps blowing me away when she is trying to attack her when the juror knows what Lori was doing. She's having an affair. She's having these wacko experiences, these demons that are in there. And she's trying to attack this woman who has gone out with him one time. And he opens up about the relationship, which you would expect to do when you're going out with somebody for the first time. Who are you? What's your life like? What are you going through? What was your relationship like? And in his mind, I can understand the divorce, whether the paperwork was filed or not. If I'm sitting on that jury, I'm going to think, what a joke. If the paper wasn't filed, the fact of the matter was that marriage was so over. He's changing beneficiaries to his policy. He's having this anxiety attack. She's saying these wacko things to him. I think this afternoon she is continuing to dig her own hole into the case. I suspect that by the end of the case, the jury is going to be so tired of her demeanor. And what a mistake. An attorney representing her and helping her to keep her mouth shut would have been 50 times better than what she's doing to herself.
Okay, Benjamin, let's say you're that attorney. What would you be telling her right now during the break?
basically, I would say get this witness off the stand. Any witness who's on the stand who could hurt your case, you want them off. You don't want to show like a battle between yourself and the witness, because the jurors don't like that. The witnesses have no horses in the race. They're just there to pretty much sit there, recall the story. And with Lori battling this witness, doesn't make Lori look good. And the jurors, they judge her based upon what she's saying and how she's acting. And she's having her own little side conversations every time the witness, explains the relationship she had with Charles and the date. But Lori keeps talking, keeps making these sidebars, and this isn't going to help her. So I'm her advisory counsel, her attorney. I'm like, get this witness off the stand and let's move on to the next witness so we can have another battle, another day, instead of having this witness beat up on us and hurt our case.
You're saying let's punt the ball right now and let's live to see another series, not let this get out of control, basically. Rachel.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You had to punt this ball and go on to the next witness.
Rachel, you're an expert on this, and it's this case as far as the divorce. I want to know about the reasoning between Chad and Lori, why they couldn't just divorce their spouses if they wanted to be together. In your research of this fantasy world, what did you learn? Oh, she'll be fine.
One, if there was a divorce, she's not going to get the insurance money. Two, religious wise, they had these people that they were trying to convince to do things for them. And they were trying to create that new church, that new group. And so one of the principles was that, divorce really wasn't an option. So this was part and parcel of some of the doctrines and information that Chad was trying to spread and teach, but it also had a monetary benefit. If she could divorce Charles, that cuts down on the life insurance, that cuts down on the Social Security, and she's going to have to share custody of JJ. So there's a lot of reasons why they didn't want a divorce, and the religious piece is a small part of that. It was part of that manipulation, that those tools they were using, but in reality, it had much more to do with the money.
Oh, so it really wasn't about them being married in a past life and not wanting to get divorced for any religious reason, because I was always confused about that.
Yeah, I mean, Chad and Lori will tell people that was one of the things, that they didn't want to be divorced and that they've been together in the past, in the future, and in the eternity. I mean, they've been married as various forms of, various high profile, important people. That was part of the teachings that they had. But the real reason, when you get down to it, it's really just boring. It's money. It's that age old. She wanted his money.
So all the money they could get, because if you think about it, she was unemployed, and Chad, was he working? He wasn't. He was like semi-working.
Chad was selling some books, but not much. His wife was the primary breadwinner. If he was clearing $60,000 a year, which in Lori's lifestyle was not enough, it wasn't enough to sustain them. So they needed Chad, Tammy, Tylee, and JJ gone, but in a way that benefited them financially.
And I knew he was writing books. I wasn't sure how much money he was actually making off these books. I know she was a fan years before. I mean, did it seem like either one of them was the leader in charge, or was it a 50-50 thing?
It was really a mutual situation. They manipulated each other in a very back and forth way. Chad was often the sort of the idea person, the doctrine person, the person who put forward plans. Lori's the one who helped get it done and helped get people to get things done. So it was a very sort of symbiotic relationship.
And in today's session, in the morning session, we know that Nancy testifies that she told Charles, you should let her know about the beneficiary change. And maybe that would help his case because he feared for his safety. I want to listen to this exchange coming from prosecutor Trina Kane. She's asking about how Nancy learned that Charles wasn't even alive anymore. Nancy thought that she was getting ghosted after the date. Let's take a listen to SOT 4.
That evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
So it took months for Nancy Jo Hancock to learn that the guy she dated had been shot and killed. She just thought, well, I'm not talking to him anymore. And after he was killed, Kresha took your family time to find out about his death. Your mom and her husband had to find out on Google. There were so many different narratives. I know that Lori had told JJ's school that he had committed suicide. She had said that he had a heart attack, I believe, to her son Colby. There were so many different statements made about his death. And the jury's going to find all of this out of how the message was given to different people. Mel, what's going to happen then when they learn this?
This person that has been asking these questions every day that they're looking at and measuring the demeanor, I think it's going to be overwhelming. I was so impressed by this witness today. Her sincerity, a sweet, wonderful woman, single, meeting this guy, getting to know him, and the feeling of rejection that he doesn't even have the decency to return my call the next day. I'm reaching out. And the horror of finding out months later that she was probably one of the last people with him, and the information that she had gathered, and then to have the good sense to reach out to law enforcement to let them know what had happened. I think this is really the beginning of the overwhelming emotional aspect of this case. I know that Rachel, with her experience in Idaho, it probably went through the same kind of procedure. You get the technical stuff over with, you get the officers at the scene, but this is the beginning of the emotionally gripping part of the case. And then when these text messages come in, when this wacky revelation stuff comes in, I'm going to be fascinated as to how Lori is going to cross-examine these witnesses when that information is coming out.
Yeah, the door is opening Surely. I want to ask Ben this, and then I want to go to Rachel on the same question. Sometimes it is just the simple witness, and I mean simple in a way is the testimony that relates to other human beings. It's not so technical, and it's just this is what happened. This is what I experienced with this, and really brings up more questions or suspicion. I mean, would you agree?
Yes, these jurors who are sitting in the juror box listening to this evidence, they're normal people. They go to work every day and they're here just listening to this evidence. And Mel is right. They're emotional, and if they hear emotional evidence, this is going to affect them. So when they go back in the jury room to decide, whether or not a Lori Vallow is guilty or not guilty, that they're going to weigh this evidence that Nancy, this witness, said today, and the emotions she showed, and they're going to see how Lori Vallow, how she's showing her emotions and how she's acting, and they can judge a witness and just say, hey, this is a really credible witness. This witness is doing a great job, is telling the story, and we don't really believe what Lori Vallow is saying. So emotions, credibility is very a high factor whenever the jurors decide on a case to vote guilty or not guilty at the end of the case.
And Rachel, all she's doing is telling her truth.
Yeah, that witness is sort of a prosecutor's dream. They're just authentic, normal, honest person who came forward and told the truth about the last hours of someone's life. There's only sympathy and empathy in that jury for someone like this, and it's a really bad strategy call to try to go after somebody who has already hurt you, and it can only hurt you more. So I don't know whether it was the judge or Benjamin who said it, but Lori's making a mistake by keeping this lady around.
And we do notice that even someone who's a stranger to this, I mean, Nancy Jo Hancock's not part of the family, but she's getting emotional, remembering how excited Charles was to see JJ the next day. For some reason, it triggers her some sort of emotion. Obviously, we know and we've seen photos of JJ and heard the stories. How could you not? Kresha, I mean, what's it like seeing him play a role in this? He's not been here, rest in peace to JJ Vallow, but his name is being brought up.
I mean, it's the same as it was for Uncle Charles. Tylee and JJ, and Charles and Tammy, all of their names, they have all spoke from the grave, so to speak. They've all been the driving factor in the center of both of all these cases. I mean, that's where it started. That's the heart of the whole matter. That's why we're here. That's why I saw uh, law enforcement. It affected them. Like you could see it. I just wanted to go and hug them and just say thank you, because nobody should have to deal with all this. Nobody. Lori is the reason that we are here. She's half the reason. I really think that Chad should be here too. That's just me. It's nothing, no shade on anybody, but I mean, they were co-conspirators in my opinion. And I mean, I love hearing my relatives' names be brought up, and it hurts, yes, but uh, it's necessary to have these difficult conversations to kind of get through this, because it's not at all what they went through. It's like the least I can do is just carry this on, the best we can. It's not easy.
Kresha, you bring up a valid point because Chandler police did recommend a murder conspiracy charge for Chad Daybell as well, but the county attorney's office declined for no reasonable likelihood of a conviction. Rachel, I don't tell me about that process and what the challenge is for the county attorney's office there, because people do wonder, why is Chad not charged as well in this case?
Well, and that's the challenge when you have somebody who is obviously the person who pulled the trigger, who's no longer available. So, in order to pull someone into the conspiracy, you have to have evidence, not just that they wanted somebody gone, but that they took an active step or some sort of contribution to further the conspiracy. And in Arizona, the prosecutors looked at their evidence and they decided there wasn't enough evidence to say that Chad contributed to the conspiracy. Mere words such as they are, aren't typically enough to charge someone with such a serious crime. And so I think we're seeing the use of prosecutorial discretion, saying, look, we don't ethically think we have enough to put it in front of a jury. And because we don't ethically have enough to convict him, we're not going to go forward. That is one of the toughest ethical calls a prosecutor could make. And it's very clear that the prosecutors in Maricopa said, look, we're not going to just go after somebody because we intellectually know we did it, because everybody wants us to. We're going to follow the rules, we're going to follow the ethics, and we're going to follow the evidence.
Yeah, in their world, county attorney's office, the prosecutors on this case most likely know Chad's influence on this is heavy, but he was in Idaho when this happened on July 11, 2019. The only people at the scene, Lori and Tylee and Alex Cox and JJ in the car, those are the people present. Lori Vallow Daybell is the only one alive. Um, Mel, what are your thoughts on just what we're going to see here next? And I want to know if there's a tactic to calling Nancy Joe up to have her on the stand, even though Lori Vallow Daybell may think that she's getting her points across, but we just got from really technical. And then now the prosecutor brings up someone that she may have known, okay, this could agitate Lori.
Yeah, Lori would have done well to listen to Benjamin Taylor's advice. That cross-examination should have been on and off after about 5 or 6 witnesses. There is nothing that she's going to get from this witness that is going to help her case. So there are a few things that she may not know, but the combative nature to try to go after somebody that went through this trauma of having gone out with the guy, having her feelings hurt because he wouldn't take her call the next day, from the conversation the night before, she had reason to be concerned because his soon to be, or his wife at the time, was a whack job. I think it will go on this afternoon, and Lori will continue to take out the shovel and dig her own grave. Nothing can come out of this from her aggressive nature. She's now apparently opened the door to do other damage. From an appellate standpoint, now that she's opened the door, an appellate court isn't going to criticize the judge because he warned her, you're opening this door. And I think we're going to see more damage this afternoon. So she probably should have had Benjamin sitting at the table with her with super glue and tape to put over her mouth and say, shut up, we're done.
Okay, which leads me to my final question. In this last round, I'm going to ask all of you. Ben, will Lori Vallow Daybell testify on her own behalf?
I think she has to. I mean, this is a self-defense case, and to prove self-defense, you have to pretty much get on the stand and tell your side of the story, and tell the jurors why this was self-defense and why you feared for your life. Whether or not the jurors believe her or not, only time will tell, but I believe that she has to testify in order for her to even have a chance in this case. Because right now, the witnesses are just pretty much hammering her and hammering her and hammering her. And she's trying her best on cross-examination, but I don't know if she's getting the right punches and the right jabs in to get points. So I think at the end of the day, she's gonna have to throw that Hail Mary and testify. And maybe you might have 1 or 2 jurors who are sympathetic to have a hung juror. And if she has a hung jury, that we do this all over again.
Wow.
But it's gonna be up to her be able to try to get 1 or 2 jurors to be hung or not guilty, but ultimately she has to testify in order to save herself in this case if she wants to.
And then open herself up to cross-exam by Trina K. Rachel Smith, what would you do with that if you were standing there?
Yeah.
Well, it's something we really, really hoped for in Idaho. There was lots of planning and discussion on how we were going to handle it. You certainly would try to get this Lori, which I'm not surprised by, because Lori was meek and mild at times in the courtroom in Idaho, but behind the scenes, she was not. Her phone calls with Chad were this level of spicy and fight. So she did a nice job of portraying a persona in Idaho. So I think, you know, you hope for that persona, you hope for that combative argument, you hope for that to come out and cross. But I'm going to disagree with Benjamin. Maybe we can do a little pool. I don't think Lori's going to testify. Lori likes to be in charge. Lori likes to be in control, and she's not going to want to answer Trina's questions. I think she's going to try to quote unquote testify in closing argument, so we can see whether it actually happened.
Kresha, what do you think?
I mean, I have to go with Rachel here. I really do. I've gone back and forth. At first, I thought that she would for sure testify. She did an interview not too long ago, which was after the Dateline interview, which it knocked me off kilter because I mean, she was just not being as obnoxious, as condescending as she was with Keith Morrison. But in this interview that she did with that other station, um, I found out afterwards that that Lori's defense is actually who contacted them for this interview, and that threw me off even more because I mean, usually don't defense attorneys usually say shh, to be quiet and not to open yourself up. Um, so it's really shocking. She really wants to talk. She really wants to get her story out there. She wants to testify. And so I do go back and forth with this. If she does, though, like Rachel said, I think that she would do it closing just like she did with opening, pretty much, somewhat. She tried to,
All right,
and
bring
she
us
does
up.
during the questioning her own witnesses. They've already had to admonish her for that. So
Mm-hmm. All right, Mel, bring us home.
Well, my thought is I've gone both ways on this. I think the fact that she's acting as her own attorney and what she said before at the beginning of the case about not testifying, I will only say this: if she testifies, if I'm in intensive care with a heart disease or something, I want you to tell the staff, bring the televisions in. I don't want to miss that cross-examination. This is going to be theater at its best. With her ego, I don't know whether she can stand not to take the stand.
right.
And I think that probably people are telling her, don't be more foolish than you've already been. But if she takes a stand, I'm going to be there if it's even in a hospital bed.
Mel, you're just bringing it this week, man. Hey, it's gonna be a game time decision, I think. Hey, thank you guys for joining us. You guys are awesome as always. And Kresha, just so everyone knows, the background in your room, love always wins. That is what Charles said. That was a quote of his. You have pictures up of your family, including Charles. You have JJ. You got Tylee there. That's what it's about right now. The victims in this saga. And so, thank you guys again for joining us. We appreciate the time,
Thank
as
y'all.
does everyone here.
Thank you.
All right. Obi, yeah, we got some time left, but man, a lot of insight there, and we went from slow to fiery this morning.
Yeah, well, first of all, what a great panel. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into this point of the trial where this is now at the meat of the state's case, and this is one of a number of witnesses that we'll see, and I am curious, much like our legal panel here, to figure out how she's going to navigate this and who is advising Lori on how to navigate this.
How about that? Kresha was on the show there, and she did a good job too, didn't she? I need to see what's going on.
Hey,
In the
sorry.
you're
I had to. You here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Caleb is standing
Okay.
next to. I just wanted him to know that if he said anything, it was going to be broadcast to 229 people. Go ahead.
Man, no, my audio wouldn't work, so I was just making sure. I was like, "Uh-oh, maybe this is a thing." I don't know. Anyways, oh y'all, it's hard to keep still. That's my thing. I'm just like, I want to just bob my head up and down, and yeah, I talk with my face. That's why I could never make it in the damn courtroom. I don't have a poker face. I do not.
You do not have a poker face. Neither do I. It was like sitting at a board table with a bunch of people, I don't know what to do with myself either. Like if that happens from time to time. once
Yeah,
in a-
that I mean, I stutter over. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know what to do with myself, but you did a good job. But I felt for you when when you were muted and was trying to
I
talk.
was like, what the hell? I don't know Zoom, you know. Anyways, and then to try to type without looking, I'm just like, oh, how's
Oh
this gonna
man.
work? Y'all, I'm not made for the spotlight, and I don't care. You know, I mean, it sucks. It sucks, but it was, you know, it was interesting conversation.
I didn't
I'm
mean
always.
to throw.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm always afraid I'm gonna say something really stupid and really just make an ass, more of an ass. You know, I'm just like, come on, girl, get it together. Yeah,
Oh no,
but
you did
there were
good.
good questions.
You
What you
did
got?
good. Nothing. I was just getting it up there. You know how when you get it up there to present, it throws it up there. I just
Oh
really meant to
yeah,
have it down here where I could see it.
this
I
is
don't know what.
true. Now, I did look at that. Hold on, let me pause it because I said something. That channel 12 or whatever 12 news. Thank you, Fancy Nancy. Loho is the new gravedigger. That's fitting, isn't it? Let me see right here. Dig ginger on grass bee. What? I don't get it. But I believe you. I believe you. She is for a translated being, she sure is shitty. Okay? Can we just say I don't aspire to be a translated being ever. I just want to show that on the record. Okay? I want to put that on the record. She sucks. She shouldn't have to eat. She shouldn't have to sleep. She shouldn't have to go to the bathroom. So what else does she do with her 23 hours a day? Anyways, she should be on death row. She should be the second woman right now, along with Robin, whatever her face is. Just saying.
So have Trace and them went back in? They should be going back in the courtroom pretty soon.
I think so, y'all. So I was while we were in the whatever you call it, the waiting room, you know, and they were playing. I thought I was playing it, you know, and I was like, well, no, I shut that down, you know, but they had it playing the rest of that while I wasn't here. They had the court hearing playing, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I'm so proud of Nancy Joe. Oh my God, she bucked up. Oh, holy crap. I would love to call her aunt. I would any day. Aunt Nancy. Aunt Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying. And so I don't know if y'all read my comment earlier, but my mom and, well, you know, Charles, all their siblings, they had another sibling. There were 7 Vallow children. There was my mom was the third to last. Then my Uncle Bobby's the baby. Well, between my mom and my Uncle Bobby, they had another child, and she died when she was 18 months old on Christmas Eve of pneumonia. And I mean, just a little baby, you know, can you imagine? And Uncle Charles just loved her, as he does all his siblings, but you know, like he just was really closer to her. He doted over her. And so when she died, you know, her name was, well, let me back up. Let me get my shit together. Her name was Nancy. And so it's just really, you know, interesting to see her, his little sister died. Her name was Nancy. And then this lady's name was Nancy. And she seems like a real cool LDS chick. Did he talk about me? Oh, I know. She was like, I wouldn't flatter yourself. I was like,
oh man, she got that in. She got that in.
So she's opening the door, huh?
Yeah, she's opening the door.
She's like the Kool-Aid man. She's like, oh man, oh yeah. She's kicking that door open, y'all.
She's like that
I'm gonna take my earrings off.
That attorney in that case, I forgot now, I think in Michigan, where the parents had the child that had shot up the school. Well, the mother had these affairs and stuff, but they weren't going to bring that in. But the lady's attorney just said, I'm opening the door. We're going to talk about her boyfriends and blah, blah. I was like, oh no. I don't know how that
door. I mean, and after you've been married before and you go on dates, yes, you do talk. Not a lot of people do, but it comes up. You talk about your crazy ex that you're not. I mean, she's one to freaking talk. Okay. Miss, I'm an
Married
exalted queen. I
man.
cannot, we can't divorce and stuff because we got to have profits. Another reason Jason brought this up, and Mary, detective's daughter also told me this too. But the reason for Lori not changing her last name so quickly, because she's Johnny on the spot for all that. But the reason is because she couldn't defraud, which she did. She defrauded Social Security. She wouldn't have gotten all that because when you remarry, you cut that off.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. So I mean, when you think about it, that is exactly why she
That is so
was still
stupid
receiving
anyway, wasn't
checks.
it?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I mean, that makes all the sense in the world because it's money, it pertains to money and whether you receive it or not. Chad, if he would have been, let's say he would have went to collect Social Security on his wife, which I'm surprised he didn't. Honestly, he tried to get Medicaid, y'all. Straight up. Straight up.
Did.
I wonder what all his 3 kids did with $8,000 he shoved to him the day he was getting raided,
Well, they were putting it on their books and their phone calls. I'm telling you that, this. Everybody who's ever talked to anybody in jail knows you do not talk to them for free.
No, my brother used to try to do that with me. He'd be like, "Here, I'm gonna send you this letter. You send it." I'm like, no.
Oh,
I don't want to be in all that.
They could call you. This is a long time ago. My cousin would call, and they would just call collect, and you just talk to them. And it was a collect call. That was a lot of
Now
money.
they make some money off the damn prison system,
It is
y'all.
it is a whole economy. It's making money off the prisoners and their families. It's one thing where they're prisoners, but the family didn't do anything.
This is true. Yeah. She kept Tylee Ryan's last name, Ryan, for money. She does everything for money. She is a hooker. She is a legit translated hooker. Okay.
It's something my niece, her first husband died in a car accident when their child was maybe a couple of, but he had a really, really good job and real good coverage. And so after she died, she had I don't know how it was, but she had a really good check coming in every month. But if she married, she was going to lose half of it. It was just half of it on this, but still, my daughter Tanya's she tried to talk her into when she decided, she's like, don't get married. You cannot even get a job.
I wish I'd have got a damn check. I'm just saying, I've been divorced for 15 years. I'm just like, I don't know. I mean,
and some people don't even know to ask for.
And she exploits everything. She's exploiting this courtroom right now. She's exploiting the judge. She is exploiting all of our time. She's exploiting everything.
She's exploiting them 13 or 12 men up in the jury that are over her shit. She's wasting my time. I could be out fishing right now.
And it's crazy, and I wondered how Lori was going to navigate this since we knew that she was blaming Tylee for everything. She's scapegoating her like she did in her life. I wish I'd have known. But
hateful. Look at that. Lori asked Nancy if she had communicated with Kay. Jesus, oh my gosh.
And Nancy, girl, don't worry about her. I will look, at least it's, she's another LDS lady. At least there's no crazy Melanie Gab going on right now. And we don't have to hear core horror and we don't have to hear all that crazy shit. You don't hear them talking about Nephi and Laban and fiery darts and stuff. Okay. And I hope the hell they do. And I do love how the prosecutor will say, or she has said, to bring her back to the church. And I'm just like, Lori is a very competitive person. And so this is going to be so freaking interesting to see. Y'all, I'm going to have to go pop me some popcorn. I'm hyper now because of Nancy Joy.
The whole reason why Charles had Adam.
They're back?
Are they?
I don't know what that means.
No, they're not. Well, they are back, but they're not back. They're not back. The video is not back, but they may have some comments.
Well, let's park us behind. We'll be on the side of it so that everybody can, I like to look. That's it? Okay.
Okay, so
Now that channel 12, they were playing it earlier, but
well, you want to see if you can pull it up there and see?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I can. That way.
Let's see. Where is I can't even find my comment.
Allegedly.
Traces, Lori is asking how much time Nancy has spent with Trina. Boy, she is something else. I mean, of course they've talked. She's the prosecutor. She's like, hey, are you coming to the courthouse? You know, yeah, they've talked.
Remind me I'm gonna turn this, like, I'm gonna mute it right now. So that way I will come back. I was gonna say, remind me to turn it up, but.
Okay. And I'll ditch this one.
Ditch it. Now for you.
Well.
Oh, no. Thank you, little brands. Thank you. I need to sing to you. You rock. You rock. I don't rock. Oh my gosh, right? But Trace, can you hear my mom when she goes and does the throat clearing? Telling you, it's a Vallow thing. My Uncle Charles did it too.
Y'all, look what I have. You would think it was I was 15.
You need a case on that damn thing. Quit
well,
waving that
I
thing
know
around.
it.
How do people hold those things without cases? I'm like, how?
It came in the mail today. I went to the Dollar General store, the only store in my town, and they don't have any
Go to
covers.
the damn Dollar Tree at least and just get you a freaking shell or something.
An old thing. I'm gonna stick it in there, but I was wanting to show you how pink it was.
Yeah, it's cute. I don't know what color mine is now that you say that. I forget because I put a case on it immediately.
It's pink and it has like a gold rose.
Oh,
but my daughter has ordered me one of those tough cases to go on it, and it's coming Friday. It's a, what do you call it? It's purple is what color mine needs.
Hey, let's hurry up and listen to this because it's my mom from December 6th, 42 seconds. I want you to just hear the excitement in her voice when she found out.
Answer your phone. I'm so freaking excited about today, about Lori, oh my God, I can't even tell you how excited I am because, I just wanted to share with you my good feelings, my happiness, because I haven't had any happiness like this in a very long time. Anyway, love you. Larry and I we're gonna go out to dinner. So if you call and I don't answer, that's probably why, because we're in the middle of a loud restaurant. Okay, love you, love you, love you. And I'm sure you're excited like I am. Bye.
I mean, it was very low though. I'm sorry about that. Oh, I had it turned low. Hello.
I thought it was good. I was so sweet.
Your phone.
Yeah, it's not much louder.
So freaking.
She's like, girl, answer your phone. I'm home person. Oh, I'm so freaking excited about today about Lori. Oh my God, I can't even tell you how excited I am because I just wanted to share with you my good feelings, my happiness, because I haven't had any happiness. It says my wrist hurt, which is wrong. Okay. In a very, very, very long time. I love you. Oh, about going to dinner. It's a horrible transcript. I'll tell you that. I'm going to go out to dinner. So me and Larry are going to go out to dinner. So if I don't answer, that's probably why, because we're in the middle of a restaurant. Okay. Love you, love you, love you. And I'm sure you're excited like I am. Bye. And I'm like, yeah, no, I didn't get the memo. I was pissed. I was like, oh, hell no. I wanted to hold my hearings, Oh, it's not playing. Hold on. I don't know why it does that shit. I don't play like that. So sorry. I ain't having it today. Well, come on, people. Damn. Please give me a streamer or something going across so I feel warm and fuzzy inside.
I look back on my stuff and I look like an air traffic controller.
Air traffic control.
Trying to figure out what's going on in here.
That was one of the most stressful days for me. One time was whenever I worked. I was an airplane mechanic apprentice, and we worked on the runway that one day, and they fired up half the damn airplane. And I mean, I was like, oh my God, it's so like adrenaline. Okay. I even conked my head and I got a goose egg, a real goose egg. I got a real goose egg on my forehead because I was like, bang. Anyways, for what it's worth, I was trying to get over my fear of flying. We're 30 minutes behind. Right? Lori is throwing a fit. She's like, but I'm the prettiest girl. I'm the prettiest. I'm his favorite wife. Like they said in that infamous Reddit email, the favorite wife. Anyways.
Huh. So is
polygamy.
this what, so she's saying, I'm not sure about this, but is Brandon is a friend of Nancy Joe's daughter? And he attended a party of her daughter's house?
So Brendan
And it was,
is Melanie Gibbs' ex-husband.
oh crap, I was thinking that she
Chiropractor.
misspelled, I thought she misspelled Brandon.
I mean, she
Well,
could have,
now,
but that's the
now
Brendan I knew.
I sure would rather Nancy Joe and them hang out with Brandon than Brendan.
Cool your
I'm just
jets.
saying.
Ashley
I'm
Kane
sorry.
says, cool your jets. Not you. She says for Lori, too.
Let me see what Kristen has anything to say about what they're doing over there.
Lori making all this sound sketchy. She is sketchy. She's the sketchy to this case. That she's the connection. Okay. And people tell me airline stewardess. Janelle tops that and she says, I'm the fairest in all the land and Jesus loves me the most. She is the Lord's favorite. She is the Lord's favorite. In case y'all wanted to know. She's the Lord's favorite. Black's more her color. And I like black.
So Nate says that Lori says, Miss Hancock, you said you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. And Nancy says, that's correct. Nancy Joe then reached out to Kay Woodcock and had texted her here and there about other things. Well, that's very nice.
You know, the one thing that when she said that Tylee and Charles had to have a therapist, I was like, well, that just shows that they were working on their relationship. Because, right, Melanie Gibb is the one who said that Lori said, so it's just a lot of hearsay, right? A lot of first, second, third, fourth accounts. But that's whenever Tylee became a quote unquote difficult teenager, right? That, you know, Lori projects. She is throwing everything onto Tylee and Charles. It's their fault. All the fights. I was like,
oh my gosh.
I mean, sure, they got into it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I saw Trace's comment. Nancy asked, well, he told me you're having an affair.
I can't wait. I hate this 30-minute freaking delay shit.
Oh my God. That can't be right. I object, and I'm all the way over here.
Yeah, that's nuts. So I'm sorry, I meant to put this one back up. Nancy asked, well, he told me you were having an affair. I mean, she's telling the truth. And the truth is Lori's worst enemy. Straight. It is. And it's going to hem her up. And I'm here for it. But like they were saying on that program I was just on, you know, like this is the emotional part of it. Lori is not going to do well. And I can't wait to see this next part. Y'all, I cannot wait. Let me go see if this is okay. Hurry up.
It's terrible.
Sorry. I'm not on that screen.
So Lori says that you met my husband on July 3rd and you went on a date July 10th. Would it be fair to say you knew him a week? She says yes. Lori says you had no contact with him after that. Nancy Joe said, well, he was dead.
Oh my God. You go, girl. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She's spicy. Yeah. And I love it. Look, F yeah. Bring on the loin fire. Truth will melt Lori the witch. Now she can talk about Chad.
Right. I knew this was going to be good. I'm just saying, I knew when I read that in that 1,000-page document, when I got to that Nancy Joe part, I thought, oh my, this is going to really be something huge on the stand. And it is. God.
Nancy Joe is the gift that keeps on giving. I second that. Yeah, for sure. Y'all, I mean, in the My Husband, she's only exploiting that factor because that's her husband. She
She's
never
just trying.
was like that before. So she did everything she could to shed her family, well, her husband, her kids, the dog, her home, her vehicle even. She shed her last name. She shed Chad's wife. She shed, I believe, Joe. I'm just saying, she shed everything.
Oh
And
my
if
gosh.
that doesn't look so eerie with how her house was so bare, but she had everything and her kids did not, if that does not reflect Ruby Frankie, then I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm straight up.
Trey says Nancy is Nancy. Oh God, Nancy is answering a question. Lori says that's enough. We look around all shocked,
She needs to
and
sit her ass down.
Lori is done. Oh my God, she's like she thinks she's. I'm not even gonna say who she thinks
She's
she
like
is.
Nephi. Look, this was on her nightstand. It was a good old Visions O Glory, right here. Well, I want to work with it. Visions of Glory, right there. About, I just try to figure out where she was reading it at. I try to go to the thickness, right? Because again, she's a hooker, and it doesn't matter how long it took, or whether the CPR was it don't matter, all the technical stuff. What matters is that her brother who shot him did not call for 47 minutes. He did not do any kind of CPR or life-saving measures. They chatted a couple times in between there. They staged the damn crime scene just like we thought. Then she was there to collect. All right. Then she got pissed off at my mom. My mom had nothing to do with it. She can suck it, in my opinion. Anyways, sorry. I've been holding
Good.
all this in. I haven't
Oh
been
my.
able to put it into words yet. Did you hear I don't know if you can rewind it a little bit, but I just played the voicemail of that my mom. I don't know if you heard it. Let me know. And that way I won't explain it again if you have. But just to hear the excitement in her voice, it says a lot. She's ready to face the woman who murdered her freaking son, her grandson, who murdered her brother. I need to grab some baseball pictures because I do have some of my uncle. I do believe he was I do believe he was a right-handed batter. And I say that because, and then Lori says that too. But the thing is, she's only proven that it's staged and that she was right there and she knew damn good and well which side he batted on. Anyways, I'm gonna go look for the pictures.
Okay. All right.
But I'll be here in spirit.
And I will.
Holy Spirit, activate. Oh yeah, let's listen to this too. I'll be watching this other one. Okay. Just know that.
Okay. I think
No,
I might. I think while we're waiting, I might.
Okay, what part of his body is injured?
I'll be watching
in the chest.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious?
Unconscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
I can't tell.
Okay, are you willing to go over to him and check?
Sure.
Okay, do you just let me know if you see his chest going up and down? How old is he?
It's not moving. He's 60.
Okay, and are you wanting to start CPR?
No, I don't know how to do that.
I can walk you through it.
Okay.
And what I want to do is you're going to put one hand in the center of his chest.
Yeah.
The other hand's going to go right on top of it.
Okay.
You're going to interlock your fingers, keeping your arms straight, and you're going to press down hard and fast into his chest.
Thank you.
You're going to go 2 inches down and fairly quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making sure his chest goes up between each compression. Where's the gun now?
It's in the other room.
Okay. PD, we're going to stage for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just keep going with those compressions. PD, did you have any other questions?
Yes. What's your name, sir? My name is Alex. Last name is Cox. C-O-X.
Stops.
And where are you announced now? In the living room.
And where is the gun?
It's in a bedroom.
Who else is there in the house with you?
Just me.
I feel like he was jogging in place.
What gun is it? Was it
It's my gun. It's a 45.
I have pictures of him and Adam shooting at him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
what's his name? Your brother-in-law.
Charles Vallow.
This is ridiculous.
Last name,
VALO.
I'm sorry.
Vallo. Vallow.
V like Victor or G like George?
V like Victor.
Well, police and medics are on the way to help you.
Thank you.
Are you still doing what, chest compressions with him?
Yes.
Okay, just keep pushing down hard and fast in the center of his chest. How long ago did this occur? Did it just happen?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes before I called.
Okay. Just make sure you're still pressing down at least 2 inches into his chest, and it comes up with each compression. 1, 2,
It's not.
3, 4, 5.
He waited 47
7, 8,
effing minutes.
9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, were you guys arguing when this happened?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there's nobody else there, just you and him, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Love always wins. Yep. It's still not on. I'm sure it'll come on at the top of the hour.
Could you just let us know when it's secure?
Certainly, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Go jury. They're not stupid, so
And was he armed also, or just you, or what happened there?
Yeah, he came at me with a bat.
yeah, he didn't.
Anyone been drinking or doing drugs or anything today, or no?
No.
I don't know, but I've never seen him that enraged before.
He was pissed off. Every right.
Does he live there with you, or where does he live?
No, he lives in Houston.
He's what, married to your sister? Is she? Where is she?
Correct. No, I think she's taking her son to school.
Your nephew, remember? The one you killed? I hate sidebars.
Questions? You still doing that? Is he anything? Any response from him? You know?
He's not responding at all.
Because you waited 47 minutes. Because you shot him, first off.
Some officers should be there. Let me know when they get inside to you. Is the front door open?
Yeah.
Yet?
It's unlocked.
Okay.
But goes outside.
Can you come out, walk outside with your hands empty?
Sure.
Are you able to do that with your hands
Sure.
up and empty?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your front door, right?
Yeah.
And the Lord. And her damn temple pictures.
No weapons on me. Yep. Yep. Yep.
That quiz.
No one else is in the house.
That seat right there.
Yep.
Get that seat in here. Yeah. Have a seat.
Yeah.
Yep. Y'all, they are deployed people. So here's this. Let me turn this one off.
Mayor, if you refer to you as officer, is that okay?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you, officer. So you made mention of the fact that you familiarized yourself with the LDS faith. Is that right?
I was born and raised in the LDS faith, yes.
Okay, so maybe you can enlighten me because this has been a learning experience for me.
It has me as well.
Okay, but you're obviously have a hand up. Is that you were at least part of that faith for a while? I don't have that. So
Well, go join the church.
You're familiar with the term doctrine of covenants.
And covenant.
Okay, and in the doctrine of covenants, it talks about the Church of the
back to you on that.
Firstborn as part of the LDS faith. You remember that?
Well, I can't speak to the doctrine of covenants. I know what the
Okay.
doctrine of covenants are, but I'm
Well, you spoke to the doctrine of covenants, though.
that I
You
know
didn't
what they
speak
are.
to
Yes,
the
but
doctrine.
I don't understand
You're a
content.
dork.
Sorry, we're already having an issue with you talking at the same time as Mr. Pryor and vice versa. So please question and answer and don't
I'm
talk
looking that
over
up
each
for
other.
you right now.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object as
Whoa.
beyond the scope.
Okay,
Overruled at this
I
point.
found it. Let me.
Miss Blake talked to you about the Church of the First.
Damn firstborn. Okay, goody goody gumdrops. All right. So on 7/11 at about 8:45 hours, Detective Sergeant Lockwood informed me that patrol officers were en route to a shooting call at 5531 South 4 Peach Drive in Chandler. I researched the call and observed the caller had advised he had shot his brother-in-law during an altercation. While en route to the residence, I heard an officer advise dispatch that the person who had been shot had been pronounced dead. Upon arrival at the scene, at the scene, I was briefed by Officer Cratham on the incident. Officer Cratham said he had talked to the 911 caller, who was later identified as Alexander Cox. Alexander Lamar, right? Anyway, so Officer Cratham said Alexander told him that his sister Lori Vallow had gotten into a verbal altercation, verbal, right, with her estranged husband. Go shove this in Lori's ass, okay? Okay. Charles Vallow, who does not reside at the residence, but they omit that he was paying for it, right? But had come that morning as planned, in my opinion. That's me offering that conjecture. But had come to the morning, but had come that morning to take their son to school. Alexander said after Lori left the residence, he and Charles, after Lori left the residence, he and Charles got into an argument. So, I mean, there are discrepancies everywhere. And Charles came after him with a bat, so he shot him in self-defense. It was decided that I would be the case agent on this case, and Detective Coons would be the scene agent. Detective Yinkland escorted Lori Vallow and her daughter, Tylee Ryan, back to the police department to be interviewed. Alexander Cox was transported back to the Chandler Police Department by Officer Cratham. And then Yinkland. Yeah. Anyways, I know I'm just kind of waiting on.
And you said that it wasn't part of the LDS faith. Is that right?
My understanding that the two were separate is what I said.
Okay. But the doctrine of the covenants talks about the Church of the Firstborn as part of the LDS
Doctrine
faith.
of the Covenants.
So where did you get your information from?
Basically, I had talked to other investigators that were part of the LDS Church, and we had heard through this investigation earlier the mention of the Church of the Firstborn, not understanding what.
So you really don't know whether it's part of the LDS faith or not, the doctrine of covenants, even though the doctrine of covenants discusses Church of the Firstborn being part of it, right?
Yeah. So like I said, other than I don't, based on my knowledge, yes.
Now, and I'm going to go off topic a little bit.
I'm going to just save that, and we'll just go over that in a minute more. We'll go over that more. Oh, hell. Oh, okay. I get it. I'll get it one day, y'all. One day. Someday. Let me put this back on. Make sure it's not paused. Okay. Yeah. So what about this bamboo shirt that this wench was talking about? I'm like, I have a bamboo pillow, but I do not believe that it won't be penetrated by a freaking bullet or two. Okay. This is all Lori has to go on. She is just going to sit here, chaos doctrine all the way. That's what she's doing. She is channeling and conjuring and all that stuff. The chaos doctrine, because that's all she has. And like, if y'all go watch that video from Guilty Words, it's a YouTube channel, she like broke down the transcript from Lori's interview that she did recently, not the one with Dateline, but the one after that. And what she did was, she just kind of picks the words apart, like I love to do. Okay. I love to do that. I have bamboo right now. It is strong. I ain't gonna lie. Will it stop a bullet? No. If so, I think every law enforcement agent would have them on. Okay. Lori, they'd have to transport Lori with a damn bamboo shirt, and it would wicks the moisture away too. Oh my God. Right. Anyways, she is dumb. Everybody keeps saying she is smart. She is manipulative is what I think they're confused or something. Oh, there's the hooker right there. Okay, here we go. I think allegedly. If it starts playing, I'm out of here. Answer yes. He had many concerns. Thank you, Trace. Oh, yeah, he was stressed. And Lori giving him Xanax, I'm sure, helped. But you know what I mean. They were his, but I don't. It was JJ's medicine that she was administering, right? I mean, I'm laughing so hard. That's some good shit. Okay, this poor judge, y'all. Let's send some prayers to him. Having to deal with her ass. She's nasty. She a hoe. Laura hoe. Okay. It's hot in here. Yeah. I bought him that shirt for $200. No, he bought that shirt. You just went and you expedited it, because that's what you did. You didn't work. She did not work. She worked her jelly. She worked her jelly, in my opinion. She's still trying to work it. Wait, who said something? I forgot. Oh, Jason, and I'm trying to remember what he said. And I was like, so that's why she was leaning on the podium. But I got to remember the punchline. Oh, I don't know. We get on little rants every now and then. I know. Team Nancy Joe, let's go, right? Man, she is like, pow, is what she's doing. I'm here for it. Somebody needs to put this hooker in her place. I can't wait for my mom to get on there. Y'all, I'm my mom's daughter, okay? I'm just saying, whenever I was a teenager, I didn't become a zombie, but I'm pretty sure you could have labeled me as one at times, because I remember one time I said shit in front of my mom. I was 14. I got carpet burn on my back, okay, because she dragged my ass to my room by my foot. I'm just, and I, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do that. I was being a bee. And okay, it's just called sometimes you need to listen to your kids because your kids are watching you and your whacked out crap going down. Tylee was so much more mature than this woman here. And that thing that I learned the other night, oh my God. She went and curled her hair again, y'all. She went and curled her hair again. Oh, I have it on mute. Shit. I'm stupid.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So sorry.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. Did you do that through Facebook or?
I did. Social
media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this to go down. Okay, is what I'm trying to do.
Text her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can
All
say.
right.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay.
It seems not loud. Might have to go back to Donna's.
Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call. I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into
Okay,
him
I'm
at
gonna
my
go find it
grandson's
somewhere else.
pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How?
No. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
question.
Argumentative harassment.
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
one message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Miss K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband on Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th?
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
Thank you. That's enough. I'm just recapping here. And you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020. Is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away. Is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences?
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case and his picture came on the screen and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you was accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
Okay, right now, redirect just wrapped up with Nancy Jo Hancock, and a juror has a question. Now, we may not hear the question. I would think we heard juror questions yesterday, so it would be nice to hear what the juror has to ask of this key witness here. If you guys are all watching, Justin Lumfox, an investigator here. We've been streaming day 3. A lot has gone on today. Lori Vallow Daybell finished her cross. It wasn't too long. I thought she would go longer, but she got done a little bit earlier. And so after this, we'll get the juror's question, see what Nancy has to say, and then we would move on to the 7th witness. We've had 6 witnesses so far. This is the first civilian witness. We know from the state's witness list that there are 5 civilian witnesses, including Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and the grandmother of JJ Vallow. We know that there are friends included on that list that were part of Lori Vallow Daybell's inner circle and in contact with not just her, but Chad Daybell, the so-called doomsday prophet. And so they will give the jury insight into what these two were teaching and believing at the time back in 2019. So right now you're getting a look there at Nancy Jo Hancock patiently waiting on the stand for this question. We have had a busy day. She has had a busy day. You talk about the energy in the courtroom tense, to say the least, as a woman who you never met. She never met Lori Vallow Daybell. She's heard all the stories and seen all the stories. And at the time, you got to think about, what is she thinking years later, knowing what she knew then through Charles Vallow telling her about his marital issues. But still, she says he spoke of her kindly and hoped that maybe they could figure it out, and really trying to save the marriage for JJ Vallow. That was the motivator for Charles Vallow, to keep him safe, keep him taken care of, and hope that he would have that mother figure, that adoptive mother in Lori Vallow Daybell. Little does anyone know in that jury box that months later, Lori Vallow would murder JJ, as well as her daughter, Tylee Ryan. So we're going to stay here on the courtroom. We should figure out exactly what this question is in a moment from this juror. Are we getting any audio levels? Nothing. Okay, well, she's obviously not listening. Just from what I'm seeing, she's looking down, waiting. But we'll stand by.
Justin forgot to mute. He's about to do a Zoom, I bet. Thank you, Gloria, so much. Thank you, Chris. I can't remember the dang name. No more remote viewing. Thank you. Okay, I'm getting off. I have to come back on just to say yes. Crush's new Aunt Nancy Jo. Yes. I'm going to work on that zap button right now. Thank you, Marilyn. Oh, thank y'all. Thank you. I wonder if Charles told Nancy anything about Lori breaking up Melanie and Brandon, and if she would testify in Brandon's case. Ooh, I hope so. Come on, Nancy Jo. Come on, Aunt Nancy. Oh my gosh. Thank y'all so much. And Trace, yes, we appreciate you too. Donna, you too. All of y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. Sis, you should have been a detective, says from Nate. Side note, many ladies in the courtroom have commented on the attractiveness of Judge Boreski, and you can add my name to that list. Okay. One on my row just said, he's so hot. I'm not hurting with this view. No, Treva Levesque said yesterday or day before, because I wasn't here yesterday. She was like, he's such a nice palate cleanser. And I was like, yes. Trace,
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question? Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
I thought he
Poor next victim. So is Christina up next? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Christina Atwood. She and Nicole Earl, another seventh gatherer.
Okay, it looks like some sort of sidebar is
Let
about.
me come for just a second. But they are the gatherers, 2 of the 7 gatherers. Well, Christina is for sure. Christina witnessed Xanax, being mixed into the smoothies. Christina, she started that nonprofit organization with Nicole Earl, and it's called Gathering Humanity. Check it out. Go look at the taxes and everything, the tax forms, because I want to say the real Huggy Bear brought it to my attention that it made like $600,000 per year donations. So I want to hear what they have to say too, though.
Her
God,
on the stand much longer.
It was short.
Yeah.
As far as the follow-up questions, okay, now they're putting on the headset. So this is the sidebar going on right now.
This before. This is
Christina
what they're
Atwood.
doing now, and in cases like this, they put on these headsets, and the judge and both parties can interact with each other while still at their desks, but then white noise is heard in the courtroom, so nobody else can hear what's going on.
Yeah, so they go to the sidebar, and then that camera's on the seal right now. We're keeping track of that. But yeah, what a day. Nancy Jo Hancock just speaking her truth and what she learned about Charles Vallow in the limited time that she knew him. Lori Vallow Daybell and Cross asked her about her further communications with him, and she's like, I only knew him for a little while because after that night, never spoke to him again. I didn't know he was dead.
Right.
So really, it sort of goes nowhere at the end of Cross, and like our legal expert said, it just didn't make sense to keep her there if you're Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yeah, and this was as even Mel or Mel McDonald pointed out, former Superior Court judge. This is not the kind of witness that you want on the stand if you're a defense. If
She doesn't
you're
help.
no, if you're this
Doesn't help your case. as a
no,
defendant.
it's certainly. I mean, again, not in the eyes of the jury anyway. And again, you don't want to be or don't come across as standoffish. You don't want it to become personal or a circus. And so the lunch break may have been Lori's best friend at that point to maybe give her time to breathe, and her again co-counsel getting in her ear saying, "Look, we need to move on."
Okay, and you guys are looking at video from earlier with Nancy, just so you know, and don't be concerned. This is not happening right now. This is video of the cross-examination between Lori Vallow Daybell and Nancy Jo Hancock. She wanted to know how much she talked about her. What were the details said about her? And that would then open the door if they got into the details and concerns that Charles had.
Yeah.
I think right now we are in the official afternoon break.
Yeah, a little early today. Normally they
Yeah.
take this later in the afternoon.
Usually it's 3:00 in real time, 3:00 Pacific. But looks like Judge Boreski has sent out the jury, and they will go to the 7th witness after this break. Not sure how long it will take. So that is the second civilian witness. No, this is the first civilian witness.
Yeah, first civilian witness. We've had 2 officers, 2 firefighters. You had a detective, Coons, earlier this morning. They wrapped up his testimony from yesterday. They wrapped that up pretty early this morning, and then we were on to Nancy.
So they may be mixing it up now. Trina K may be obviously led with the technical stuff, with law enforcement breaking down the scene of the crime and the response, not just the response of police, but the response or lack of response by Lori Vallow Daybell, not calling 911, leaving the scene of the shooting, coming back in her demeanor. They've seen her on body camera video. They've seen the scene, and there's a indication that there wasn't a physical self-defense as far as blood evidence and things throughout the home. We've established that, and now you have this woman who has talked to Charles in depth leading up to the very morning and what he was concerned about in his issues.
Yeah, no bombshell from any of this yet. No, we've not learned really anything new leading up to this point. We may have gotten a better insight into what was said between Nancy and Charles on their date the night before. But again, up to this point, there's been no revelation that we didn't already know in our coverage, at least, and those who follow this case extensively, we haven't heard anything that we didn't already know, and which is fine because again, the crime scene is what it is. The shooting, the evidence has already been out there, and so like you said, now we're getting a little bit more personal, right? The state in their case, right? Because we're still in the state's case. These are their witnesses that they're bringing to the stand. They haven't provided anything that we didn't already know, but we expect there to be some of those elements in this trial when text messages and things like that are presented.
Why would you not call on Taylor Larson, our expert and insider here, right? Why
I know.
the guy that filed the divorce papers for Charles? I'm not saying there's anything wrong calling Nancy. That's great. We loved hearing from Nancy and what she learned about Charles. But Taylor was told by Charles, he says, and it's in the divorce paperwork, that Lori had threatened him and was saying these disturbing things religious wise. And that if anything happened to Charles, he said, look to Alex and Lori. I would think that that would be a witness you want to put on the stand, an actual lawyer in family law that filed that paperwork. But I mean, there's a lot of evidence out there that they have to go through and a lot of witnesses. But I mean, that's there too. Months and months, 6-7 months before the shooting.
And we learned early this morning, or earlier in Nancy's testimony, that Charles didn't have anything bad to say about Lori. So here, and the jury may have picked up on that as well, as here's a guy in the middle of a divorce, clearly has learned that his marriage is over. He knows his marriage is over with Lori. He's ready to get out. We learned also that, seemed a little stressed, but he spent the entire date, right? The first date with her, speaking highly of Lori,
Made me laugh.
but also more
That's a
excited
good
that
one.
in the hours that would follow the date,
I'll
he'd
be
be
your
able to pick
assistant.
up JJ from school. He's glad to be back in town and excited to see his boy. And so from her
And we love
perspective,
that.
she clearly
We
had
love
no
that.
idea
We have
of
awesome
the stress
mods.
he was
And
under
awesome
and some of the things he was telling police on body cam
Mhm.
about Lori leading up to their date and all that. Like she had no clue that he was going through any of this. And then again, as we learned 5 months later, she learned on the news that he had been shot and killed just hours after their date.
By this time, during the time of the date, Charles has already been on police body cam
Oh, yeah.
twice in 2 incidents.
Yes.
With Gilbert police. This is
Gilbert
not even
police.
Chandler because he hasn't entered Chandler. He is not July 11, 2019. He is still back and forth between Houston, Texas, and the East Valley. Obviously, on the night of this date, he's going to pick up JJ. The next day, they have the Vallow family has barely moved into this rental home, but they used to live in Gilbert. And he went to Gilbert police after he'd been locked out of the home. And we're going to get that ready for you guys too. It's only the beginning of this trial
Thank
where we
you,
show
Hope
you body
Grace.
camera footage. And
Appreciate
many of
you.
you have
Thank
seen it,
you.
but I think it's important to show
Y'all,
it
do y'all
again.
want to listen
And
to
the
him,
question
or
is,
do y'all
will
want
Trina K
to
bring
read
that out and submit that as an
Christina's
exhibit?
the
His
stuff I
interaction
have
with
in the folio
Gilbert
docs
body
that
cam
Christina
and
said.
him saying, quote,
Let me
she's
know.
lost her mind. Him saying, quote, she needs
Let me
help.
know. Sorry, I
Well,
had
and
to
he
grab my
explains
coat.
to officers, as you hear in this body camera, about why, why he believes Lori wants him dead or gone, or, and a lot of that religious stuff is brought up. I can only imagine what these
Grace, it
officers
looks
were
like she
thinking at
goes
the
and curls
time,
her
but
hair on lunch break.
he comes across, and again,
However, with tampons,
we
I
would
don't know
think
how
that
she
they would
does it.
bring this up in court. He comes across as a personal individual, somebody who doesn't sound crazy. He's saying some of these crazy things, but he's saying them in such a genuine way that you almost have to kind of believe him, even though this whole thing of dark and light spirits sounds unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, 2,200 of you watching. We appreciate it. They're in the afternoon break right now. We're going to take a break ourselves, get you guys,
All right.
get yourselves a break too as we get to the next witness.
Yeah, go to
which
difficult
some
research.
of you already indicating it is another civilian witness, a friend of Lori Vallow Daybell's. Didn't want to spoil it for you, but we'll get ready for that. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Spoil it. Okay, hold on. Copying. Okay. We're gonna go over Christina Atwood's. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, lady. I wish I had more to offer y'all. I just don't. I'm like, but thank you for your support. It means the world. It really does. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go over Christina Atwood's testimony. Okay, I'm not going to be able to show it to y'all because I want to be able to keep this on the screen so, you know, we can kind of know what's going on. All right, let me finish my cigarette. That was at the very end of it. Okay. So on 4/15/2020 at about 14:20 hours, I contacted Christina Atwood at her residence at redacted in Chandler regarding this case. Upon speaking with Christina, I introduced myself to her and she welcomed me she welcomed me to her residence to talk. My conversation with Christina was recorded on my digital voice recorder and will be preserved as evidence in this case. And I have it on my channel. The following is a synopsis of my interview with Christina. For full details, refer to the original audio recording. I asked Christina how she knew Lori, and she said she had met Lori through church. Christina said she had known Lori for about 7 years, 12 now. I asked I think it's her husband's name. I asked redacted, why would they redact that if they're putting Christina everywhere else? So I don't know if she knew Chad, and she said she did not. Christina explained she has a sister who lives in Salem, Idaho, that not only goes to the same church as Chad Daybell. He is he's serving a calling as well. Her sister's name is Dora somebody, and Chad served in the same church meeting house. Okay. So where Chad was going to dip off to quote unquote, right. Allegedly, I'm saying he was doing some really dirty shit. Okay. That's my opinion. Anyways, so they served in the same, I don't know if you call it a bishopric. I'm not sure on that, but they served a calling together, meaning Chad was the ward clerk or the executive secretary, and her brother-in-law, Christina's brother-in-law, was basically in the same, he was either a bishop or he was, I forget what other callings there are, but there's not, you know, they all hang out together. Okay. They work together. Okay. So Salem, okay. And goes to the same church Chad does. Christina said she met Chad casually while visiting her sister. I asked Christina when she last spoke with Lori, and she said it was in June. So I guess of 2019, I'm assuming. Christina said she had grown concerned about some of the things Lori was talking about. And what pisses me off is that everybody like beefs these circle jerks. They beef them up as if they're some kind of, I don't care about these people. They did not do the right thing by those kids. They didn't do the right thing by Tammy. They didn't do the right thing by Charles. They didn't do the right thing by their church or just being human beings. They did not do the right thing at all. They were complicit. They red flag city. Okay. But none of them, you know, Christina allegedly threatened, Lori, that if she found out that Lori was poisoning or, you know, medicating Charles without his acknowledgement, then she was going to go to the police, but she did not. Okay. Okay. So I contacted Christina at her residence. Okay. It's not like she called them. And I mean, this was 4/15/2020. Okay. All right. So, I asked Christina when she last spoke with Lori. She said in June. Christina said she had grown concerned about some of the things Lori was talking about. Christina said voiced those concerns to Lori. And after that conversation, she reached out to Lori multiple times, but Lori did not respond. Christina said she reached out to Lori after Charles's death, but if she got any response from Lori, it was a short text. I asked Christina what Lori was doing that made her concerned, and she explained that around June, she met Lori's brother, Alex. Christina said she had met up with Lori and some other ladies, and Alex was there. Christina said the way Alex was talking was not inappropriate. Christina said the way Alex was talking was not appropriate. Okay. I don't know if I said that and I got confused or what. Christina's husband, Kyle, explained that if she ever if she ever heard Lori get into religious conversations that were outside of the LDS faith, and she said that she had spoke. Oh, I love you. I'm sorry, I had the keys. Okay. Sorry. I need to take that thing off the back of that door. It's annoying. Christina said Lori. What? Okay, sorry, I got distracted. I asked Christina how the conversation got weird or what was said. And I think I skipped some stuff big time. Yeah. In June, okay. Appropriate. Okay. Christina's husband, Kyle, explained that Christina had met up with them for a religious discussion and it got into the realm of rude. I asked Christina if she ever I'm sure it's meant to say heard, Lori get into religious conversations that were outside of the LDS faith, and she said that is what happened. I asked Christina how the conversation got weird or what was said, and she said Lori spoke then about her husband, Charles, not being her husband. Oh, well, go tell her, please. All right. Christina said Lori said something to the effect that Charles was possessed. Christina said Alex was very aggressive about Charles being possessed. Christina said it really bothered her because Alex made a statement that he, Charles, just needs to die. I asked Christina, y'all, them jurors, y'all pray for them jurors, y'all. Anyways, I asked Christina if this conversation was at Lori's house, and she said it was at their friend Zulima's house. Christina said a day or two after that conversation, she followed up with Lori. She texted Lori and said she needed to speak with her. Christina said she told Lori she could not be casual with stuff like that, and it was not okay to talk about stuff like that in that context. Christina said Lori just said she and Alex were both super dramatic and they did not mean anything by it. You know, passive aggressive. Gives you plausible deniability. Did I say that right? Christina said she then told Lori that if something were to happen to her husband, Christina, felt she would want to go talk to the police. You would think she would want to, is what it says. She would want to go talk to the police. Christina told Lori again that the conversation was not okay. Christina said Lori again said they did not mean anything by it. I asked Christina if she had this follow-up conversation with Lori over the phone or in person, and she said it was in person and thought the conversation happened in Alex's house. What? That don't make sense. I asked Christina if she had this follow-up conversation with Lori over the phone or in person, and she said it was in person and thought the conversation happened in Alex's house in Queen Creek, y'all. Typos mess me up. I asked Christina how close she and Lori were, and she said they did not know each other very well prior to Lori and Charles moving to Hawaii. I asked Christina if there was anything else she could think of that I needed to know with all these investigations. Christina said she did not have a chance to speak with Lori. I'm going to have to clear my throat, y'all. All right, all that, crazy. Okay, Christina said she did not have a chance to speak with Lori after Charles's death. Up there it said she would, but Lori would reply, short text. Christina said when Chad's wife died, she got a call from her sister letting her know. Christina said she tried to reach out to Lori after Tamara died, but Lori never responded. But she didn't. Christina said she did not know Lori was living in Idaho, nor did she know Chad and Lori had gotten married. I asked Christina if she knew Chad and Lori were friends prior to being introduced to Chad and Christina said, oh, okay. Prior to being introduced to Chad, and Christina said she knew Lori knew Chad. I asked Christina how she knew that, and she said she knew through conversation with Lori because they all gossipers, okay? Every one of them. And added that Lori had given her a couple of Chad's books. Christina said when she met Chad in Idaho with her sister, she put the connection together and said her friend had lent her one of his books. Christina said there was no prior conversations about Chad and Lori and their relationships. Okay, Christina said she has lost sleep over all of this. Christina said Melanie Gibb had reached out to her and she avoided the conversation with her. Well, good kudos. Okay. I asked Christina if she knew Zalima prior to going to her house for the religious conversation, and she said she had gone to Zalima's one other time this past March with Melanie. Now they spell it. Okay. Melanie Gibb, Melanie Pulowski or Boudreaux, and her friend Nicole. Christina said on the day that she was upset over the conversation, or that day, I'm sorry, said on that day she was upset over the conversation between, it just says between, and Alex and Lori was neighbor. Lori there was neighbor. That's, oh my God. Christina said on the day that she was upset over the conversation between and Alex and Lori, there was neighbor also present whose name was possibly Julia. This would be Julie Clement and Serena Sharp. I asked Christina if she knew Nicole and Serena through church, and she said she met Serena through Lori. Christina said Nicole was her best friend, and that's who she opened up that nonprofit organization that we shared here on my channel not long ago because we went over these already. Nicole Earl and Christina Atwood started that nonprofit organization called Gathering Humanity. Gathering. And it's interesting. They help refugees allegedly. So that means, in my opinion, they're probably exploiting them, if you know what I mean. Just being honest. I asked Christina if she knew. Okay, I already said all that. Okay, Christina said neither Serena or Nicole had any recent contact with Lori either. I then showed Christina the James and Elena page that had been located during the search of one of the devices or accounts in these cases in which she is mentioned along with other people, including Nicole and Serena. Upon handing the document to Christina, Kyle said all the information on this page was inconsistent with the LDS religion. Then why was your hooker wife there? Sorry. Allegedly, in my opinion. Christina explained that Nicole had spoken to Lori after Charles was shot. Christina said Lori told Nicole that Charles and others were working against her, right? Conspiracy theorists, big time. And planned to kill her. I wish they would have. I'm sorry. Not. Christina said Lori also told Nicole that Charles had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance policy and had left her in a bad spot financially. I mean, she made him leave, first off. Christina said she had also heard through her sister from Idaho, that Chad had told someone from church that Lori had gotten a lot of money from her husband's death and they have a house in Hawaii now. Christina said this did not make any sense from what was between Lori and Nicole. I asked Christina if there was anything else they could think of that I should know. And she explained that all of this makes her sick. Kyle, it makes my family dead, so I'd rather be sick. Anyways, I'm sorry. Kyle then asked if we knew where the kids were, and I told them we did not. I provided Christina with my contact number and told her to reach out to me if she thought of anything else. I then concluded my interview with Christina a few days after my in-person interview. This is a horribly written report. Okay. All right. Let me go to the next one because there's another one too. I'm going to read all the Christina spots. Serena said in March, she came to Arizona for a girls' weekend, and that is when she met Nicole and Christina. Okay, let's go to the next one. On 4/22/2020, so that's the same day that he interviewed Christina, I received a voicemail from Christina Atwood, requesting I call her. On 4/23 at 9:30 hours, I called Christina back My conversation with Christina was recorded on my digital voice recorder and will be preserved as evidence in this case. I feel like I don't hear Fox 10. Okay. I'm paranoid. Can y'all tell?
Back on the record, the jury is present. The state can call us next witness.
Come on, Christina. Now is your chance to freaking redeem yourself. We were just refreshing our memories too.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in. All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
If you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the.
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but
Sometime after that?
yes,
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
yes,
Was that also through church?
yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, and I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home, and so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? That you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2,
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
Oh, and I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or
Right.
things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
So you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with
that I
her.
went there, yes.
Okay, so having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you, so in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with. Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better?
For
back
sure.
then? Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure.
them that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that
Sure.
again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And do you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
All right. So, as you guys can see here, Christina Atwood on the stand listening to portions of the police interview that she did with Chandler Police. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, the audio on this feed for everyone, not just for us, it goes silent for about 15 minutes. So, from about a minute or two ago, goes dead for about 15 minutes in real time. So we are getting that delayed result now. So I just want to tell you guys, you may be seeing Christina Atwood on the stand and she's speaking. You see her mouth moving, but you are not going to hear anything. That's not our issue. Obviously, Court TV is the pool camera. So they would eventually get that figured out 15 minutes after this. And if you guys have been following social media and reports in real time from the courtroom, you know that court adjourned early today, but we are going to finish this out with you guys. Christina Atwood, the former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell, taking the stand, talking about dark spirits and recalling what she remembers about Lori Vallow Daybell saying that Charles Vallow had been possessed. Again, if you're just joining us, there is no audio there. I can prove it to you, but there's no audio at this moment for about
We believe you. We're not
13
Lori.
more minutes or so. Not our issue. It's from the pool camera operator. So we are basically stuck with that delayed feed of having no audio. So it will come back, but right now we've got to fill in the gaps. You're not going to hear
I hope so,
Christina
Jermaine.
Atwood
I
speak.
hope so.
So just want that to be a disclaimer. It's not our problem, but we are adapting to what happened. Obviously, you guys want to hear all of this testimony. I will be honest, so far, throughout this testimony by Atwood, underwhelming. You would think that she knew
You have
more.
no
I
idea
believe
how
this is the
insane this
same
cult
witness
is.
that
It's crazy.
Trina Kay alluded to in her opening statements, who said that she
Oh.
witnessed Lori Vallow Daybell talk about
he is.
crushing JJ's pills and putting it in Charles Vallow's protein drinks or protein shakes. This is a person who met with Lori Vallow Daybell, Melanie Gibbs, Zulema Pastenes, and other people part of this inner circle that was led by Chad Daybell and Lori. And they
Wow.
prayed,
Thanks for
they got
reminding us.
religious, and they did, quote, energy work. We know this from not just Chandler Police's reports, but also the Idaho case, both Idaho trials.
So I'm just, saying what's on the screen right now. And thanks to Trace, who's in the courtroom, who's 30 minutes in the future. She says, y'all, Lori doesn't ask her questions. So we know that when this does play again, that Lori's going to do a hard pass, which is the smartest thing, I believe. And I'm not giving her credit. I'm just stating the facts. But I mean, it's the smartest thing for her to do. She should have done that with Nancy Joe if she knew what was best for her. I guess translated beings don't have very good hearing or brain capacity. Kay mentioned running into Audrey in a hallway, sobbing her eyes out. Audrey feared Lori would cut her up in pieces. Allegedly. I don't agree with it. I mean, I'm not doubting what my mom, experienced. I'm not trying to take that away, but she was actually, Lori called Audrey Baratero the day that my uncle was shot and killed. Called her that morning. So let me go dig that up. Okay. Let me let Justin play, while I go fetch something up. Thanks, Justin. Back over to you.
Allegedly got into that fight with Alex Cox involving the baseball bat.
And it was
leading
Xanax,
to
though.
his
JJ
fatal
Xanax,
shooting.
though.
Nancy
JJ
Jo
don't have
Hancock
Xanax.
was a great witness. I don't think we expected that. I will tell you, when I looked at the witness list and I saw her name, I said, okay, I recognize that name. I remember her being the woman that Charles Vallow had been talking to and had become friends with. Maybe they had been romantic, platonic, not sure, but I didn't expect the information she would give.
Okay.
Important.
Tried to
And
mute him.
then
Let's see.
Lori Vallow Daybell.
All right, hold on. I mean, or do y'all want to listen to Justin? It's up to y'all. Let me know. I have it pulled up, Audrey's stuff in the FOIA docs. And so I guess I can put the captions on. How about that? That's a good, comfortable medium. Oh, it don't have them. Okay. All right. Guess it decided for us. So I'm looking in the FOIA docs under Audrey Baratero, 10/18/2019 and 10/19/2019. Deleted message to unknown recipient, quote, not sure how long we will be here until our work is done, unquote. 10/18/2019 at 11:43 hours. Okay. Then it says, looking at Lori Vallow's phone records, this text would have been between Lori and Audrey Baratero. Photographs, and then it's just kind of some bullet points. Okay. So it says photographs of Lori in Hawaii. No Tylee or JJ present. Okay. Let me go to the next one. Actually, let me refresh you on this. 10/19/2019, Tammy Daybell's death. Deleted message to Lori from an unknown person at 09:18 hours. Quote, I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night, unquote. With 2 emojis, like, the gritting teeth or whatever emoji, and the sad face emoji. Says Lori responded at 9:33 hours, quote, oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Same emojis, unquote. Lori continued at 09:34 hours, quote, do you know what happened, unquote. Unknown person answered at 09:37 hours, quote, yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away, unquote. Looking at telephone records, these messages were between Lori and Nicole Earl, Christina's best friend, gathering humanity. Okay. All right. So let me go to the next bullet point, or the next part with Audrey. And remember, Audrey Baratero scored, she rated 100 on the trust level, on the trust scale. Okay. There's that tidbit. And then, okay, that's a repeat. All right. And that is to July 11th, the day Uncle Charles was murdered, 2019 at 08:17 hours. That Lori hadn't come back yet. And she was going to drop JJ off, Burger King, or Burger King dropped JJ off, CV or whatever, Walgreens, shoes, and then whatever. She got back at the house like an hour later, pretty much. Lori sent an SMS message to Audrey Baratero. There is no content on the iCloud account, but the communication was captured, and they did not include it. I wish the hell they would. Then it says July 11, 2019 at 8:24 hours, Lori drops JJ off at school. At 8:32 hours, same day, Alex calls 911. There's the answer to when did Alex Cox call 911. I forget who asked it, and I tried narrowing it down somewhere else, but there you go. So that's on page 444 of the 1108 page document FOIA request. So I'm putting this right here in the chat. All right, let me turn this back on.
Well, and thankfully
I like that
we
other
have
guy,
some
too.
friends in the courtroom helping us out, fill that void, if you will. But again, you'll see here in a moment,
Actually,
the audio will come back, and we'll resume with Christina's testimony. Interesting, though, listening to her earlier before the audio cut out. We know a little bit of backstory about the religious meetings between this group of
It looks like
friends
one
in
of my
early
bracelets.
2019. I'm curious. This is the part of the trial in Idaho that we heard that was so kind of, I think, interesting to us. The lead up to this shooting, right? We've talked a lot about this particular shooting. This was the beginning of the domino effect. Okay?
Dominoes.
This was kind of what set this whole saga in motion. And
I
so
want to get
hearing
some
from these
lights like
people
theirs.
who were in that circle
Sure.
in the months,
The inner circle.
yes,
Yeah.
in the months leading up to this, and now I think you'll hear from them kind of piece together how they, like, when they learned that Charles had been shot and killed, then they learned it was Alex who pulled the trigger.
Girl.
And then of course Alex dies months later.
It's
Then
a
we learn the
woman's
kids
thing,
go missing,
too.
and then Lori goes. It's like listening to them in the Idaho trial, for me anyway, was pretty shocking because they all kind of pieced it together in the same way I think a lot of us did when we started to learn
Girl.
who all these people were.
And to be in the
Call
same
me.
room as Alex Cox, the people in the inner circle were exposed to
What?
Alex Cox. And what did
She's been
he
needing to go
say
there.
about his brother-in-law? What was going on there? What was Alex being fed as far as the teachings by Lori and Chad?
And you look,
All your
they're
snarkers
all
welcome
very
here at all
religious
times.
right?
Okay. Not just
But
today.
I think there's a point where some of them realize this is going beyond the traditional, religion. And so for us looking on the outside, from the outside looking in, we all have that same feeling, but for them to
Oh,
be so close together
it pretty
and
much,
have
but
these discussions, and
no,
then all of a sudden
not
they
technically,
learn
but
that,
yes.
that maybe Lori and Chad anyway, were kind of taking this one step further.
Yes.
They were
Karma.
the leaders, yeah.
Yeah.
As Rachel Smith says, special prosecutor on the case, she said it was them manipulating each other. Isn't that weird in this relationship? Instead
Yeah.
of 50-50, but they were both,
Okay,
the
hold up
power
though.
levels were equal in this.
Like, I don't want to pause it, but like, okay, you know how Lori brings all this stuff up, and what she's doing is it's a reactionary. Wait, it's
Did you at some point
what's
learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
replay, but still.
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Boom.
So initially you had said when you met with Lori that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex,
We'll be
what was
watching
going
it.
through your head then?
I had
Oh, this is
somebody
not.
who had visited with
shit.
Lori about it and had said that
Not going into their hearsay. Let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
So if anything that we heard
Damn.
today from Christina
I thought it
Atwood
was new.
crucial, that was it right there. Her saying that there was already evidence verbally that Alex had said he wished that he could have killed Charles.
He said the same thing about
I
Joe
mean,
Ryan, and he
wow.
would wanted to bait
I
Joe Ryan.
I thought
I'll pull it up.
we would
Me.
we would hear more, and maybe we will at some point from
Hopefully somebody
from the
tells the damn truth.
prosecution about the lead up. Again, they need to now, this premeditation idea.
Oh, big time.
The
This,
conspiracy.
yeah, we're starting to now, I think, get into this now, day 3 of the trial, because
crazy.
that is going to be the crux of all of this. And we talked about text messages too. That's going to be the crux of all of this. Is how pre-planned was this? Christina, she'll go into a little bit about early January, early 2019. You heard her earlier talk about these religious meetings.
Religious
we wonder whether Zulema or some of these
They
other
were
people will take the
conspiring.
stand. So we'll have to see how it plays out. We're getting close to the audio returning.
Yeah.
It
lasted about 15 minutes though, but we don't see those levels up. And obviously, again, if you're just joining us, this was something that happened within the courtroom, and we're listening to it. Robert, our director, is on top of it, so we are going to get to that.
We trust you.
The conclusion of today, which was an early day. So we've got it back. Let's listen.
All of that.
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was
not.
not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he had been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
So initially you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that.
Not going into their hearsay. Let me just ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting though?
Yes.
So
just the one, the initial one.
In terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay. So a sidebar is called. And
yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised here what we just heard.
I mean, she goes after the woman who dated her husband the night before he shot and killed. Then you have what used to be a close friend of hers on the stand, and she's like, no questions. So is our legal panel right that her co-counsel must have said, look, you need to limit your cross. I don't know why. I don't know what she would have asked, but I don't know why she wouldn't have cross-examined her. I don't get it.
The door has been opened.
Well,
the dark spirits.
That's the thing, right? Like,
why ask her about that? And how much does Christina Atwood really remember? Because she doesn't even know what Charles was called by the group, Ned Schneider and all that. But she just, talked about Alex Cox.
Well, why wouldn't though? Like, if the crux of the state's case is they're going to use these extreme religious beliefs to imply motive, right? I mean, money, sex, religion, Wouldn't you as a defense want to downplay, these dark light spirit, I know Christina didn't go into too much detail about it.
Yeah. We're getting the beeping from the sidebar.
Yes.
You all, and I don't think we can get rid of the beeping, right, Robert? Like we've got this beeping on the side for the sidebar. That's not something that we can totally control. But what we do know is that there's a sidebar going on right now. Lori Vallow Daybell declines to cross-examine her old friend. I think this testimony was underwhelming. It's over already. 7 witnesses down in 3 days.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
at this time, 30 minutes ago was just after 3.
Yeah.
And then now it's for the court. Who's next? How much time do we have? How are you guys feeling? Like where are we at in the pace of things?
Right. And again, the judge, as judges do, they try and pace these trials as to not burn out the jury. You don't want to leave a witness on the stand at a crucial moment when important questions are being asked. You'll often hear the judge, ask both sides, look, where are you? He asked Lori yesterday with Coons on the stand, look, we want to break for the day. It was 4:30. And he's like, but if you still have a few questions, we can continue. Lori said, no, she was done.
She said that she was going to go on long, and she did this morning.
And they want to give them that opportunity. If you're in an important line of questioning, you want to continue. You want that to resonate with the jury. So, where do we go from here? We're reaching almost 2:45 here, or excuse me, quarter to 4. Where is this case going? He may decide, look, we're done for the day. The jury's heard plenty, and allow the next witness to appear tomorrow morning.
All right. See what happens
Remind
here.
you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, to the jury.
All rise, and there it is. Court over for the day. We told you that was going to happen. So those of you watching and just joining us, no cross-examination for Christina Atwood, and we move on to witness number 8 tomorrow, day 4 of the trial. Now, 2,700 people are watching, and that's what we like to see, and that should be the case. And I have a
I've
special
never seen
guest
1,000
on the phone.
I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. Nate, man, I miss you in that courtroom. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but just kind of give us your report for the day and what we just saw.
Everybody's saying, "Where's Justin? Why isn't he here?" But we know where you're at. I would say today was the most, one of the most. Well, we were only in 3 days, but there were definitely a lot of. It was the most we've seen Lori. We saw her passionately questioning the first witness and the second witness, Nancy Jo. Interesting that she decided not to ask any questions. So there was definitely a lot of interest in today's hearing, especially because it seemed to move quickly, and these were personal type of witnesses, versus more official type.
Yeah, definitely mixed it up here, threw us a curveball. We'll get to Nancy Jo Hancock in a little bit because that was wow. But how shocked were you to see that Lori did not want to cross-examine Christina Atwood?
I was expecting a little bit of a few questions at least, but maybe she figured that there was nothing she could gain by asking her anything. It would have been fascinating, the line of questioning she would have gone down, but yeah, nothing from her on that.
And let's get into Nancy Jo now. I mean, that catty cross-exam, how did it feel in the courtroom? What was that energy like? I mean, I didn't expect it's just a woman that Charles was talking to and getting to know as he was separated in his marriage. But wow, that was something.
Yeah, a lot of people saying interesting that Lori was stressing the fact that Charles was a married man and you were talking about me, but yet at the same time, Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell. That's been proven in court in Idaho. Nancy Jo was confident. She was calm. When she got off the stand at the end, she walked and looked over to Kay and kind of nodded at her, and then she walked out of the courtroom. I think she definitely held her own. A lot of people were, before lunch, Lori was saying tell us everything you talked about at that dinner. And the judge, after the jury left, said, "Are you sure you want to open that
I still
door?"
do too. Let
And
me
we
say,
were
I
expecting
do.
after
I mean,
lunch
because I like
she
everybody's
wanted to
opinions.
open the door. She said she needed a lot more time for cross-examination, but she went a different direction after lunch, did not open the door, but still, did ask her questions
My
about
mom's
what
been
they
there.
discussed on their
She's
date.
been there.
And in
So,
a sense, this door has been open as far as the dark
I
spirits
don't know
and
when
the
she's going to
allegations
testify.
there and the religious aspects. Obviously, that can't be controlled by Lori Vallow Daybell. But I also want to know what you get from her expressions in the courtroom, because, we only get one shot from the pool cam. But after she's done with these exchanges, how is she, I don't know, presenting herself?
Oh, Lord.
I would say after each witness today, after the police officer and then Nancy Joe, we didn't see it with the last witness, Lori turned around
Eventually.
with a smile. She was confident. She was, I think
I'm
she felt
smoking, so
proud
I'm
of
up.
her questioning. I don't think she was rattled in any way. She felt like she had really done some tough questioning. At least that's how it appeared. She would then consult with her advisory counsel and on to the next witness.
But as we know, any prosecutor or defense attorney would not show their cards. They would have a poker face. Even if they thought they asked the best questions in a direct exam or cross exam, she wears her emotions on her sleeve. The jury is watching her as she walks back and forth, her gestures, and even at times, I mean, what's your take on Judge Boreski? A lot of people have been commenting on his patience through these proceedings.
He has been quite patient with her, and it would be fascinating to hear those sidebars. Of course, we never will; those are private.
Working on
but,
it. I'll work on
they
it.
go into sidebar. You can see him talking with her. We don't know what he's saying. You can see her getting animated at times, very animated, using her hands and trying to prove her points. And Trina K remains calm and collected, so it seems. So, I would say today there were more objections than any other day. The vast majority sustained, but he is letting her get in some. He is overruling some and letting the witness testify to her questioning. The question is, will that continue tomorrow? Adam Cox has said he's going to be testifying on Thursday, and we'll be expected to hear from Kay Woodcock as well. She's been in the courtroom every day, and we'll see
There
what
you
she
go.
has to say.
Yeah, that will be huge. I mean, her own brother. Will she cross-examine her own brother and then her former sister-in-law? I mean, that's going to be huge. Now, we had our own issues. Technically, the pool camera lost audio for 15 minutes in the Christina Atwood testimony. So I just, if you could sum up what the last 20 minutes were like in that testimony.
So it was a glitch or
It
something?
wasn't just you guys. Everybody lost audio, and we're told that audio will be sent out shortly or tonight, this evening. So for those of
Okay.
you that missed the testimony, it will be posted, I would imagine. Anyway.
Hurry the hell up.
Christina got into the fact that she was really uncomfortable with Lori saying that she was going to kill her husband, that she'd been crushing up JJ's medication and putting it in Charles's drink, and that Alex talked about how he wishes he could just kill Charles. And Christina was so uncomfortable that she asked to meet with Lori the next day. And so she went, they met. Christina told Lori, I don't think that that's appropriate. Lori downplayed it. She said, oh, I was just joking. And the amount of medicine that I said I was putting in Charles' drinks, it wasn't really that much. It wasn't as much as I said there was. And that then Christina was not invited to meet with the group again until August. She was invited to go to dinner. And at that point, Charles Vallow had been killed. And Christina had learned that it was a brother-in-law of Charles Vallow. She didn't realize that it was Alex Cox until she learned about it, that it was indeed Alex. And that's when she decided to go to the police to tell them what she had learned from these group meetings, these castings.
Yeah, and see this group. We know through the Idaho case everything we've learned. I mean, it's a clique, and there's a hierarchy, and obviously the two in power, Chad and Lori, and they dictate. I mean, they even told people like who they were in their past lives. The jury doesn't even know exactly like how influential they were, but what were their reactions to
I
this
wanna
type of
say this other
information that
stuff
we're
for
really
y'all,
hearing
too.
for the first time?
The jurors were definitely in tune with these questions. With today, yesterday, it seemed to be a little bit more dry testimony. One of the jurors yesterday was closing his eyes. I don't know if he was asleep. His eyes were closed. We didn't see much of that today. And you know, they have the chance here in Arizona to ask questions if they want to. And I believe it was the second witness today where they asked a question.
Just saying.
About, did Charles ever speak about something about discomfort or being worried?
Yeah, stressed, right?
Yeah,
Ooh,
Nancy said yes and started to elaborate, but the judge said, no, that's okay. That's
Yeah.
enough. You know, you don't need to say anything more. So would have been fascinating. They didn't have any questions for Christina, the final witness, but had Lori crossed her,
Yep.
maybe they would have had
That's where we
Lori
have the
say no.
power.
Wow. I know you got things to do. You got a show to work on, and I bet you're relieved that you're not on that witness stand taking these questions.
Just throwing that in there.
It
Yeah.
was fascinating to know what Lori does want to ask me, but no, I don't want to do it in court, and I want to be in the courtroom reporting. So I'm glad I don't have to worry
Exactly.
about that.
Yeah, so for everyone watching, I mean, you know where you can find Nate Eden on East Idaho News, and every
And
night
right
he
here.
has his courtroom insider, and I am happy to push that because you have been nonstop every morning,
I
early
know.
until the night. I don't know when you get sleep, and you're obviously not in your own bed.
Oh,
And
burn.
I know you're liking this Arizona weather and just how proceedings they seem to be organized and taking place for you in there.
It says it's 103 degrees right now on my phone.
There you
Oh,
go.
wow, it did heat up
103.
today.
It's
I
April.
love Lawyer Lee.
Tell your weather guy to bring it down a notch.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it got hot this week, and we've been inside hanging out, so we wouldn't know. But hey, man, I appreciate you, and we hope to talk to you soon and get a little bit of rest.
All right, sounds good. See ya.
Nate Eden of
I
East
gotta
Idaho
hear,
News,
Lisa,
really giving
I
us
gotta
a
hear,
look.
I gotta hear about Julie Rowe. So what is the the word on the street about Julie Rowe? Okay. If she is watching allegedly, the rumor is that rumor has it, right? Like Lori said. Oh my God, she's annoying. That Julie is watching the trial, maybe from the cuckoo house, the mental ward. I never foresaw that coming. Said me never, right? Oh man, that's crazy. Right? That's crazy. So I don't know. Yeah. So what I wanted to ask you guys, and I mean, I had like well, I don't want to say that because it's not ladylike, but I had an idea. Okay. The other day, because everybody does night shows, evening after trial, whatever. And I'm just such a morning person, but I would be for this. But if y'all would want to do a morning show before the trial commences, so it'd be early. But you got to give me grace though if I don't show up one morning, okay? I'm just trying to feel it out first, okay? I don't know if it's like once every other day or if I should do it only on Fridays or if I should do it every damn day. But I think it would be interesting, kind of gives me some time to absorb it and process it a little bit and watch, because I like to go and check in to other creators and news sources and see just kind of how I feel. It helps me to process things. That's what I've done this entire time. I always give credit where, if something jogs my memory or makes me think of something else, I'm always, trying to tell you guys where I found it and what made me, how I led up to here, what got me there. So I don't know. It's just something to think about every damn day. All right. We need Trace on. Spill, Trace. If Trace wants to come on with me in the mornings, that'd be great too. But I mean, I don't want to spread her so thin either. But and then Beth Magnetic right here with Mormon True Crime. We're going to be doing something Friday. And then I'm also going to be doing something with Joe Schmo. We're going to continue on with our Bishop Glenn L. Pace memo that we started. And then Lori so rudely interrupted, like she does every April for the third year. I don't care if her trial wasn't last year. Her husband's was. Okay. So this is the third year, April 1st, each year, 3 years in a row that we've had to be doing this. So And Larry's birthday is on the 12th also. I know KJ's birthday was yesterday. I hope she had a really wonderful birthday. And Colby's birthday was yesterday too. So that's so interesting, right? And Nate said his birthday was sometime in April, next week sometime. So got to be somewhere around Larry's. Mandy, JJ's mom, his biological mother, her birthday, I want to say is April 10th. I think. I'm pretty sure. But so, you know, she died, Mandy died in 2021 or 20. I always get them mixed up because my dad died too. My stepdad. Lori is a C word. You say it for everyone in the back, girl. Okay. Lori is a see you next Tuesday and Thursday. Okay. She is. She is. Yes, you could go over other people's ideas and what you think too. Mornings would be great. Good. I'm glad to hear, you know, the feedback because again, it's like I just want to kind of have my own lane a little bit. Now, if everybody starts doing shows on Monday, well, let me tell you, I'm going to be mad. Not really. I won't be mad. I'm just used to it. What's terrifying is Rose followers will not be fazed by the sanctioning. They will say it's they are being persecuted for their knowledge. Absolutely. You know that. Yeah, I like Joe Schmo too. He's really cool. I wouldn't have met him if it wouldn't have been for Trace. She ran into him at the courthouse one day. I want to say he was pulling, you know, getting the FOIA request or whatever. You know, you have to file for these requests. I need to do that as soon as we're waiting on some money. Okay. Me and Jay, my fiance, we're waiting on something to come through and it's just taking forever, of course. Right. And so once that goes through, I'm going to order all the FOIA docs and stuff, everything. I'm just going to do a big old sweep. So I don't know. That's kind of my delay. I want to pull them in. Where was it? There was one place I thought of a while back, and I don't remember because it's like everywhere that they went. And I want to say Megan just pulled some papers too. I don't know if I'm supposed to share that. So, oh my God. But that would be on Stacy. We got lots of work to do. So y'all don't go nowhere after, you know, whenever she's found guilty again, because she will be found guilty again. It's just a matter of time. We're just at her mercy right now again. And it just really sucks. She's really selfish and y'all know that. I know that. But I'm surprised to see some people that are surprised by it, you know. But I think what's really cool about her representing herself as far as the public image goes, let me clear my throat again. Anyways, is that you guys don't have to ask me, Megan, Mom, Adam, Rex, you know, family members, friends, you know, you don't have to ask them how Lori was, what she was like. You know, you had very minimal to go on. You just had Nate Eaton brushing up on her and Chad in Hawaii. That's great. You know, when her neck was like, whew, whenever he was like, your mother-in-law, Kay, she's worried about you or whatever, something. And it was like her neck just got really big. And yeah, some people don't know Lori yet. No. And so I'm glad that y'all are getting this bird's eye view and you're getting to know her for yourself. Right. So it's like nothing on me, you know, don't count for me. You don't have to take my word for it anymore. So I appreciate that. Hey, Michelle, thank you. I hope you're feeling okay and good. I didn't mean to say okay. I hope you're feeling stellar. Okay. How about that? Thank you so much. I appreciate you and your support, advocacy, your work with your Facebook group. If you want to drop that, you're always welcome to drop that. I don't remember. I think it's 50 Shades, but I don't do Facebook hardly anymore. Jason, he scrolls through all the Facebook stuff and then he kicks it to me whenever he finds something. And I'm like, oh, Lord. But I appreciate y'all. I do. I mean, this has been a long time, y'all. This is like a whole freaking, It's not an end. It's not a closure. I like what my mom said. It's full circle. You know, it's so. Anyways, but yeah, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, and I wonder. Nah, let me not. Oh yeah, I do have this speaker. I forgot because it needs to be louder. Oh my gosh, I gotta reach up here. Oh, whew. God. Okay, let me turn. Well, I gotta hook it up. Okay, we'll play this for just 1 second while I get this hooked up. Okay, not that we're not gonna play Ashley Banfield. We're gonna play their own words because I love playing their own words.
But
Stuff. Oh, okay.
some of the other stuff that I saw is Aluma Pastena is talking about
Aluma.
light and dark.
Correct.
And light and dark is part of the LDS faith too, right?
I have
Yep.
no idea.
Okay. Well, you said you familiarized yourself with it. Did you familiarize yourself with light and dark?
Not totally, no.
What about death and death percentages and things like that? Is that part of the LDS faith?
No,
I've
just in
never
case
heard
y'all
that.
missed John
Okay,
Pryor's
but you
voice.
don't know whether it is or not, right?
Correct.
Oh shit, it's dead. Okay. Hold on. Well, damn, crash. Okay. Oh, it'll come back. I gotta find a charger. Ugh. Maybe it won't come back. Okay. Well, damn, an error occurred. Looks like damn when they take a video down on YouTube. Oh my gosh, come on. Don't have to be this difficult. That's why I named this channel Difficult Research. Not just because everything I do is difficult. I appreciate gravity every day because I drop stuff every single day. Y'all know I do. Okay, now let me turn it on. I'll turn that off in just a second. Let me get this going. Oh, I know the battery's low. Just hook up, girl. Okay. Let's throw that Bluetooth.
Connected to BLESSED.
It sounds like such a slur word, but it's not.
Connected to BLESSED.
BLSED. Okay. Well, hook up to this. I need you to hook up to my phone. Okay, girl? Come on. I hate Bluetooth, y'all. It's like, so I'm like, you're right here. You're right next to each other. How come you don't find each other? You know? Come on. Let me turn mine off and I'll turn it back on. I'll do that thing. I want y'all to be able to hear my mom's excitement.
Connected to BLESSED.
Well, unconnect or disconnect. Maybe it's here. Hold on. You here with me in chat? All right. Okay, turn that off. Oh, it's going to unhook from my... No, it's not. I think it's this one. Yeah, just disconnect.
BLESSED. Disconnected.
Amen.
Ready to connect.
Well, hurry up. Find it. Come on, you old bat. Y'all ever talk to your devices? I do. There we are. Come on.
Connected to Precious iPhone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So this was a voicemail that my mom sent me on December 6, 2024. This was the day that Lori was told by the judge that she could represent herself. And so she would be questioning my mom. So let me make sure I have it turned up. Turned up. Okay. Let me back it up. Oh, no, it didn't go. It went and then it took it back. God dang it. Y'all, told y'all. If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have none at all. Okay. Yep. Okay, no, it says connected, but it's not acting like it. Connect. Quit acting like that. Stop. This is not very friendly. This sucks. It starts, hold on. It starts it and then it pulls it back. So that's weird. I bet it's just too dead. It's got to be. I like speakers, y'all. It's one of my pastimes. I do. I have like all kinds of speakers. I have a JBL. I have a Bose. I have Alexa over there. If I'm sorry I said that because she might chime, she'd be like, yes. I hate that. I hate I don't even want to say it. If you have an iPhone, I'm going to say SIRI. Okay. I'm not going to say it out loud because she'll be like, huh? You know what I'm talking about. This thing's still holding charge. That's pretty cool. I mean, I haven't used them in forever. All right, come on. Sounds like a sonar. I hope she does too. I hope she gets a lot of digs in. JBL charge 2. Yay. Hurry up. Oh, let me disconnect from. Okay, that means that means we're Gucci. It's not that big of. I mean, I'm making more of a bigger deal because of the freaking speaker situation.
I can't even tell you how excited.
Why won't it? Okay, there you go.
Girl, answer your phone. I'm so freaking excited about today, about Lori, about, oh my God, I can't even tell you how excited I am because, I just wanted to share with you my good feelings, my happiness, because I haven't had any happiness like this in a very long time. Anyway, love you. Larry and I we're gonna go out to dinner. So if you call and I don't answer, that's probably why, because we're in the middle of a loud restaurant. Okay, love you. And I'm sure you're excited like I am.
I was not.
Bye.
I was confused. So one more time. Let's catch the beginning because it keeps cutting it off.
Girl, answer your phone. I'm so freaking excited about today, about Lori, about, oh my God, I can't even tell you how excited I am because, I just wanted to share with you my good feelings, my happiness, because I haven't had any happiness like this in a very long time. Anyway, love you. Larry and I we're gonna go out to dinner. So if you call and I don't answer, that's probably why, because we're in the middle of a loud restaurant. Okay, love you. And I'm sure you're excited like I am. Bye.
Toodles. Y'all, wouldn't that be some shit though if like when mom is up there up at the witness stand, on the witness stand, and Lori sends like co-counsel or whatever the hell, somebody else to question mom. I've thought about it. I'm like, does she want to? This is going to be a freaking throwdown, y'all. Throwdown. Because it's not just about the insurance money. I don't think so. I mean, because my mom didn't do it. Charles did. Lori's husband. And so I think it's more because my mom and Larry sicked the police on them. Okay. And then busted them. That's huge, right? She lost her freedom because of that, because of my mom, basically. So I think that is the other part that we kind of forget. My mom and Larry are the first people to hold Lori accountable, and she is pissed. And again, if you listen to Guilty Words, that YouTube channel that I was telling y'all about, let me back up. Trying to back up out of here. Hold on. I'm gonna go find it. Guilty Words. Go check her out. Go give her a subscribe. I like what she does. Okay, I just do. Let's see. Is this the right one? Well, I haven't seen that one yet. Lori's opening statement. I want to see this one, I think. Oh yeah, Lori's legal leap. Let me hide myself behind here, just or whatever, you know. So this is guilty words. I'm gonna grab the link. Ooh, copy. Okay, just it's very eye-opening. So she's breaking down Lori's legal leap, the horrible reason she decided to defend herself and her schemes for trial. She also breaks down Ruby Frankie's journals, and you could tell. I mean, it beats you up. Jody Hildebrandt, look, makes Hail Mary attempt to reduce time. She's going pro se too, allegedly. Let's watch this for a little bit and we'll go.
Hey everybody, it's Chris from Guilty Words, where we unravel crime one word at a time. My apologies, but right now I'm not at home, and the place where I'm staying doesn't have either good lighting or actually good internet.
I feel you.
And I really want to get this video up before Lori's trial starts tomorrow. So in order to save time and bandwidth, I'm going to do a voiceover style.
Go, girl.
At the end of last week, Lori did another interview with Arizona True Crime, and I'll link it in the description below.
Good.
It's really worth listening to. But I wanted to focus on one particular thing she said, and that was her reasons for defending herself. And I think what she revealed was more than she intended to, and shows us that this trial really is not about justice for Charles at all. It's about Lori. Let's take a look at what she said together. Let's take a quick look at why some defendants choose to defend themselves. Sometimes there's a distrust of the attorneys or the legal system. Such was the case with Ted Bundy.
Okay, I'm going to kind of
In
skip through this stuff,
1979,
okay?
in his Florida trial, he
We
chose to
talked about
defend
pro
himself
ses.
because he didn't
Okay. I just kind of want to get to Hookerella here. I don't want to do that because I don't want them hitting my channel.
up and lied about me. I get to face them face to face. I think that's important. So she wants to force a confrontation with the people she's angry with. And this
Absolutely,
is her
Carla.
way of being able to do that. It has nothing to do with cross-examination or getting evidence or trying to get to the truth or even to prove her innocence. She wants a chance to tell them what she thinks about them. The second reason, I don't necessarily think I'm going to do a better job than the attorneys can do. That's not my intention. My intention is to say the things that I would say for myself. I mean, I sat there during a whole trial and I discussed a lot of things with my attorneys and asked them to say very specific, certain things that were important to me, just as a person, as a human being. These things are important that you say this for me. And they wouldn't say it. So the second reason she wants to defend herself, to say everything she wants that is important to her.
Toxic.
The fact that she's even hearkening back to
Me
the
too.
first trial in Idaho
Yeah.
shows that what she wants to bring up in court
All of
isn't
us want
related to
this.
Charles Vallow in this case.
Well, not all.
It's related to things that she wants to say in open court so everybody hears them. So once again, the trial isn't about Charles. It's about her opportunity to say what she wants. So first she confronts the people she wants to confront, and then she gets to
Bingo.
say her piece, whatever that might be. And third,
Oh, it's
she
going to be
says,
a show.
so, and I get the professionalism and I get what they're doing, but sometimes you just have to be able to do it for yourself in regards to why
Absolutely.
lawyers would not say what she wanted them to say.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, she knows what she has to say is unprofessional and shouldn't be said in open court. She knows if she had a lawyer now, they wouldn't do it. But she's
Right.
going to be up there and she's going to
Lawyer
have a
Lori.
chance because once the words are out, they're out. The
Yep.
judge can admonish her, but the
We got a
words are
30-minute
out,
delay.
and that's what she wants.
I
So
want to
her
be
three
there.
main reasons: she wants to force a confrontation, she wants to say everything that's important to her, even though she knows that it's not going to fly in court.
That's
So let's
true.
have a little pop
Illuminating.
quiz. What is missing from all of this? In all of her
So true.
theories about what she wants to spout out in open court, what is she not talking about? Anything to do with the case. There is nothing in here about proving her innocence or proving that Alex did kill Charles in self-defense.
Saving her life.
There is nothing here about wanting to clear her name. Nothing. Nothing to do with the case at all. It's all about there are people I want to confront and there are things I want to say. Incredibly selfish, incredibly narcissistic. So when we look back at these reasons that defendants go
but
pro
wait,
se,
hold on.
yeah, she has a
I forgot to say this the other day, y'all, when I was like, oh my God, I found out more about that. Well, I did say it on my interview earlier with Justin Lum, but right here in that interview should have immediately afterwards been told, now you could no longer go pro se because you're just doing it for revenge. Oh, you mean by prosecution? Okay, I didn't read that through. But I'm just saying, and not many people know this because maybe not everybody, went and watched the follow-up interview from the news station that gave her the platform. ABC, wait, oh, I'm trying to type it up. ABC Family is what it is. And it was very telling what happened there. Why come this shit ain't very easy? Hold on, just one second. Let me put Lori Vallow. Lori Daybell. But it was the interview with the what do you call it? A journalist, investigative journalist, the reporter who revealed why they did an interview with Lori. And I thought that was very telling. Hell, I could look in my history at this rate. Let me finish playing Guilty Words while I look for this too.
distrust of attorneys in the legal system. Or, more importantly, she wants to control her defense. And not even so much her defense. She wants to control the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
She does believe in her own legal knowledge because in the interview, she mentioned how she'd had 5 years to study law and she was really smart and had listened a lot during her Idaho trial. As for making a political or ideological statement, I wouldn't say ideological is quite the word for Lori. She wants to make a statement, but not necessarily ideological. Mental health or personality factors, well, she is capable of standing trial, but there are some mental health issues there, although there seems to be some debate about exactly what. But then there's Lori's reason.
Okay.
Why does she want to go pro se?
Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. Okay. Oh, hell.
It was interesting. I didn't really know what to expect. I had done so much prep work. And so I was curious how she was going to be with me. And I truly did not know how she was going to act. I was prepared for it to go any direction. And I prepped as many questions as I could. Why is she choosing to represent herself? Does she still love her kids? Does she believe she can convince a jury to find her not guilty? All of these questions.
We find out at the very end of this.
Opening statements in the trial begin Monday morning. So I want to share part of our interview where she addresses her choices for this trial and her demeanor in the courtroom.
Why did you decide to represent yourself at this trial?
There's lots of reasons. Obviously, being pro per is not an easy job. I'm not an attorney. I do not have training to be an attorney. There's something that I figured out when I got to this jail. This experience has been 5 years running. Okay.
Love you, Lavisa.
I went through a whole trial, before in my other state.
Yes.
And then I was brought here to Arizona to face some more serious charges.
In the morning.
To your point,
Or
you're
morning
not
show.
an attorney.
Correct.
You know your case, but you're not an attorney.
Correct.
How do you expect this is going to work for you next week and in these months to come, acting as your own lawyer?
You need help?
I have help.
It's pretty
I have
easy.
a wonderful team that I got to hire, which is great. I have my paralegal. That's wonderful. I have my investigator. I have my advisory council that helps me. I'm just going to do the best that I can. That's all I can do.
I've been in the courtroom for some of this, and then I've watched it as well. When you're addressing the judge in the state,
girl, you a bee.
You can get a little snappy with them. And I know you're upset with what you feel as witnesses that are being precluded from the trial. What's your biggest complaint? What do you want to see happen? And is that the tone that you want to take throughout this trial?
Yes.
I don't think I'm trying to set a tone. That's not my intention, is to set a tone.
You're doing
And I'm not a fighter. Okay.
Yes.
So my whole life I've been a peacemaker. I'm a person that loves everybody, a person that gets along with everybody. I don't like to fight. So this is a challenge for me to even fight for myself.
there's this notion from people in the public that feel you're representing yourself because you have nothing to lose, that this is a challenge, kind of a show, a game for you. Do you agree with that?
I never hear any of this stuff because
Yeah,
I'm in a
you
room
do.
23 hours a day and we don't have any access to
I'm
any
scared
kind
they're
of
gonna
news.
zap me. If they do, I'm gonna have to trim it
or
out.
any kind of anything really. Like, so I didn't know that people were saying that, but I wouldn't agree with that, obviously.
What's your mindset going into trial? What do you believe now, and how do you feel as we're just a couple days away?
A little bit stressed. It's a little
It's a
bit
big case.
It's a big
She
case.
provokes
It's
these
stressful.
emotions
There's a
out
lot
of
of
us,
things.
y'all.
There's a lot of legal things that have to be done. We're working on stuff every day. We're working late into the night. The biggest challenge for me in this
I can't wait for
trial
Joe,
will
too.
be the logistics.
Oh, thank you for the baseball
That
turn.
is just part of our half-hour interview. And coming up at
Yeah.
5, what she has to say about her murder convictions for the death of her children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow.
Good idea.
Does she really believe in dark and light
Call me.
spirits? And her answer to why she threw away a seemingly perfect life, you guys.
I know that you said, and understandably so, that you don't know what to expect walking in there, right? So when she walked in and she sat down, what was the mood?
You know, she was actually pretty friendly with us. And I
we
really didn't know
go.
what to expect. I think so many people watched the Dateline interview with her. That was the first time I really heard her. And I don't think she liked how she ended up coming across in that interview. I felt that this was a very different tone in my interview with her than what we saw before. And some of this I've seen in the courtroom too. She kind of wants to prove that she's done the research on her own case. She means business when she's in the courtroom. And she seemed to be pretty open to the questions that I was asking. She also feels that the jail conditions are not good. And she's kind of taken on this purpose to fight for better jail conditions for women that are in there for a long time before they even get to their trial. So she was talking a little bit about that as well, but I did not know what to expect. And I'll be honest, I was pretty nervous.
Walk us through the behind the scenes on how
Here we
you got
go.
this interview, because I'm sure a lot of stations would have liked to have sat down with her. Why did she agree to do this?
I was about to hit the floor.
People that work with her team actually reached out to me and said that they had watched our work for years and asked if I would be interested in interviewing her. She wanted to tell her side of the story, her trials in a few days. And I said, of course, we obviously want to hear from her ahead of this trial and in general. And there are so many questions. I mean, this case is huge. It's one of the most recognizable in the nation. And so when I made that contact with an attorney that reached out to me on this,
right?
Defense reached
really
out
liked
to
the
her.
True Crime Arizona work and said, if we're going to have her talk to anybody, we'd like it to be you. And so obviously I was going to make sure I was prepared for that.
Right. It'll be very interesting to see how this is moving forward. To your point and your comment in that interview, you had told her you are snappy. We have seen you in court. So moving forward, I'm interested to see her demeanor as the days, possibly weeks progress.
And most of that, when she's been snappy, was before the jury was selected. So there was nobody else in the courtroom. But the second you have that jury there and you have the courtroom full of people, will that demeanor change? I'm not sure.
All right.
We'll find out on Monday.
A lot more coming up at 5 and 6.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brianna.
Isn't that interesting though?
And make sure you
to
tune into
know-
Arizona's Family next week.
To know that I was thinking probably what a lot of us were thinking, and that is, oh my God, she's doing these interviews before she goes to trial. You know, like that's a big no-no. But we, Lori is in opposite world. This is inverted Lori. Okay. So that's what we do is inverted world. But to find out that Lori's team, quote unquote team that she did not hire, the taxpayers of Arizona did, they reached out to the journalist right there. You just saw the reporter, and they've been watching her work all these years. They didn't even know Lori that damn long, first off. So what? And so they're aware of it. They are aware of it. And no telling, look, I didn't even look at the latest stats on that video or that interview she did. Hold on, I'm going to look at it right now. We are for that interview with ABC or whatever. What is this? Arizona's Family. No wonder it didn't come up. That was, oh shit, come on. Okay. Come on now. I got all this time. That's weird. Oh. Okay, hold on. Popular? Okay, I'll find that. But I'm going to play guilty words real quick so we can go.
Well, essentially, narcissistic revenge and grandstanding. This is her last chance to talk to the people that she's angry with and to have such a large audience listening to her. And she's found the perfect way to make sure that she gets what she wants. She's defending herself. So conclusions, I think this trial, if Lori has her way, will turn into a circus. At first, I was confused on why she was bothering to mount much of a defense at all. Why not be like one of those defendants we talked about who just stood up there and spouted what she wanted to? But I think there's two things going on here. I think there's Lori wanting to have her say, and then there's Lori also wanting to present herself as competent and smart. So she will mount a defense, but in it, she will roll in all these other motivations. Besides, if she doesn't mount a defense, she doesn't get through each and every witness she wants to, so she can face them one-on-one. My heart goes out to the witnesses, be they police, family members, whomever, because this has to be one of the most bizarre and painful situations they could be in. I think the best conclusion of all will be when Lori is just back in prison and we don't have to hear about this
Amen.
anymore.
We're here for that day.
Be about justice for Charles, and hopefully justice will be done. But in the meantime, Lori has made it very clear.
240,000 views has that other interview gotten, that's pretty profound, especially being right there in AZ, Arizona true crime, Arizona family, I'm just saying
that she intends to say a lot of things that are not related to the trial and are only related to her ego. Thanks for joining me. And if you've enjoyed this content and you haven't subscribed yet, please do. We'd love to have you back. And also, write in the comments below what you think is going to happen during this trial. I'll be doing as many segments as I can, but my schedule is a little crazy right now. And again, thank you for your patience while I've done the voiceover and you've gotten to just stare at my mug here. And until I see you in the next video, which will have to do with Lori's opening statements, please use your words wisely and well. Take care.
I missed it because it's all about, I guess I did. I'm too busy jabbing.
But in the meantime, Lori has made it very will turn into a circus. At first, I was confused on why she was bothering to mount much of a defense at all. Why not be like one of those defendants we talked about who just stood up there and spouted what she wanted to? But I think there's two things going on here. I think there's Lori wanting to have her say, and then there's Lori also wanting to present herself as competent and smart. So she will mount a defense, but in it, she will roll in all these other motivations. Besides, if she doesn't mount a defense, she doesn't get through each and every witness she wants to, so she can face them one-on-one. My heart goes out to the witnesses, be they police, family members, whomever, because
anyways, I think I did skip something or I wasn't paying attention because I don't know. It was like mic drop moments for me. So, but still go check her out and let her know that, difficult research, Crusha Easton sent you. Just give her some love. She does really good work breaking that down, just like Kit with, I went blank, Wordwise, who breaks down things like this, okay, that are challenging. And, us regular folk, we try to read it and our bodies rebuke it. Okay. We can't help it. We're like, ooh, it's hard. It's a difficult read for sure. So, and she did Chad Daybell. She did Melanie Gibbs. She did Jody Hildebrandt. So go check Wordwise out too. Yeah. Lori getting revenge. She is up there. And so she's having to do two things. Like she's having to mount a defense, which you can't defend her because she's guilty as all get out, in my opinion, and has been since July 12th. Well, July 11th. I finally figured out why I'm having such a strong reaction and a hard time with my uncle's case. I think, I don't know. This is just one of those things, right? Where I'm trying to figure out why, that it's so difficult. It's not just that it's full circle. It's that my trauma, I'm thinking, started when, the day I found out my uncle was murdered. And that was July 12th, 2019. that's when my life, I told y'all, it shattered. It rocked my world. And it just, I've never been, the person that Kresha died that day too. You know, it was just like, whoop. And I've not even looked, you know, like I try to look back. I try to remember what it was like before Uncle Charles was murdered. And I mean, it's very, very, very foggy. I don't remember what it was like, but that's the day my life changed forever. And so I think it has a lot to do with my own trauma. So I'm like, whoa, was not expecting that. If that is part of it, I'm sure it is. It sounds right. And yeah, I mean, it's, you know, she needs to apologize, but I'm never going to get an apology from her because I'm not. Nobody is. So, I mean, I just want her to be sorry for what she did to her victims. You know, I could care less about me or anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like it's her victims. And she might want to rethink some things. Her soul depends on it, straight up. So thank y'all for being here. I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate Donna and Trace on the case. I have Trace on the case right here. Her Venmo, if you want to hook her up, give her some lunch money, some just whatever, you know, just paying it forward. Only if you can, not expected. She definitely didn't ask for it. But we definitely want to help. She's in the courtroom with Lori, y'all. Lori sucks the oxygen out of the air. So Trace needs oxygen. Okay, straight up. She does. And then here's the link for the FOIA docs. I'm sorry it's long, but you know, if you want your own copy of the FOIA request for Chandler, this is the Chandler link right here. I don't have the Gilbert one right here yet, or right now. So, I mean, go grab it. It's information free. It was free for me. And so I'm paying it forward to if you feel like doing that. And if you really want to know the truth, go look at Program to Kill. It's a great book and it sheds a whole lot of light on all these cases from Charles Manson to, I'd say, Kohberger today, Chad and Lori, cults, things like that. It's very, very fascinating and it will it'll help you to like really see things from a much different light with the exploitation, why things are pushed in the media as much as they are. And it's much more dark, much more sinister. That is for sure. And there's Megan's channel right there. And I think I'm about done. Anyways, I will see you guys in the morning. I don't know what time yet, but I'm Central Time. So I'm 2 hours ahead of trial. That'll be at 12:30 Central, 10:30 Arizona, which is Pacific right now. So that would be 11:30 Mountain and 1:30. Oh my God, my brain's hurting now. 1:30 Eastern. Y'all ever try to do that? I'm not fast at it. So, oh, a selfless act of legal immolation, truly an exalted being, right? She's a translated lawyer. If she would have just been a lawyer a long time ago, we wouldn't be here. And I'm going to say something really, really, really offensive right now. So if you're sensitive to sailors speak, okay, cover your ears. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I wish that Janice would have swallowed. Okay. All right. That's how I feel. I just really do. My uncle and those kids and Tammy, they all deserved way more than what happened to them. Colby too. I mean, my cousins who that was their stepmom, y'all. Woo! Wicked witch. Wow. Hold my broom. Right. So thank y'all so much. And yes, thank you for Nancy Joe, y'all. Holy crap. My Aunt Nancy. Y'all must not talk about my Aunt Nancy. Okay. But anyways, all right. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. And then we'll be here for our live stream. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. Love always wins. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. You're proof of that. I said that backwards. But anyways, all right. Bye.